The Lancaster Barnstormers put on different jerseys last night. They came out as the Lebanon Iron Masters in the opener of our three-game special Lebanon County Weekend Series at Clipper Magazine Stadium. And, well, it might be difficult to get the jerseys off the Lancaster Barnstormers dressed as the Lebanon Iron Masters because they came out last night and scored 14 runs en route to a 14-7 series opening victory against the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Tonight, game 2 of that series. And for the Iron Masters, it will be right-hander Oscar De La Cruz on the hill, coming in with a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. One of the wins against Staten Island about a month ago up in New York City. He'll be matched up against Hector Guance Pena, right-hander the Barnstormers have not faced so far. Good evening, everyone, to all of our viewers and listeners, whether fans of the Staten Island Ferry Hawks or the Lancaster Barnstormers on YouTube, and our listeners on Froggy Valley 100.1 in Lebanon. We have this second game of the series. The weather could be an issue tonight. There is a severe thunderstorm. Right now, it is hanging just to the south of Clipper Magazine Stadium. It is dry at the ballpark. Skies are threatening. On the other side of the stadium, it could get a little bit interesting here in the next few minutes. If we can avoid this cell, we should be in good shape for a while. The Ferry Hawks this evening will be led off by left fielder Antoine Duplantis. The designated hitter Dilson Herrera will bat number 2. Angel Aguilar is the second baseman. He is hitting third. The cleanup batter is the center fielder Ricardo Cespedes. Joseph Reyes will be the first baseman. He is batting 5th. Javier Betancourt is the third baseman, batting 6th. At the catcher spot this evening is Andres Noriega. He will be in the number 7 slot in the batting order. Joseph Monje is the right fielder, batting 8th. Alfredo Reyes will bat 9th. He will be at shortstop. And on the mound with the 1-1 record is Hector Guance Pena. For the Iron Masters this evening, it will be Sean Dunston Jr. in center field. The second baseman batting number 2 will be Melvin Mercedes. Kelly Dugan will bat third. He will be the DH. The first baseman hitting cleanup is Andretti Cordero. Then Ladarius Clark is in right. Colton Shaver catching. The left fielder is Trayvon Robinson. Trace Lair is at third. And the shortstop will be Jake Hoover. De La Cruz on the hill for the Barnstormers this evening with a 2-1 record. And now we'll send you down for the introduction of our opening ceremonies here this evening.
Here to perform tonight's national anthem, please welcome Heidi Vogelis.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripe and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare
That was our national anthem this evening at Clipper Magazine Stadium as the Lebanon Ironmasters get set to take on the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, the middle game of a three-game series. We will wrap everything up at 1 o'clock here tomorrow afternoon, and from there, the Lancaster Barnstormers will reemerge and head to York for the 4th of July at a 4:30 game and a 5 o'clock doubleheader on Tuesday. And then the Barnstormers will be home for a while beginning on Wednesday, and we'll be back with you on Blue Ridge 11 starting on Wednesday night, as well as here on the Barnstormers YouTube channel. On the hill is Oscar De La Cruz, and he may not be going very long because the rain has started to come down here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and we are going to, I believe, have the tarp put on the field, or at least getting ready. That storm that was just off to our south, that looked like was going to stay to the south, has now gotten to the ballpark, and the fans scramble for cover. The Ironmasters are being shooed off the field as the tarp will be put on here, as the Ironmasters and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks will be held up before we can get going here tonight. You hear the emergency signal going out. It's man the lifeboats and the canvas covering as the grounds crew will take over here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, at least for the time being. Now, exactly how much we're going to get, how hard we're going to get hit is anybody's guess, because we are right on the absolute edge of this storm system. We thought, and obviously it's the way the radar looked. Mike Reynolds, the president and general manager here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, talked to the umpires as they were on their way out for the home plate meeting that we might or might not get hit, but it looked actually halfway decent on the radar. However, the storm seems to be expanding, and as a result, at least the rain got in here. We're not in the core of the storm. The core of this storm has high winds and hail to it. We're not in anything resembling that, but the rain did spread northward enough that we are at the moment into that. The grounds crew working to get the tarp on. They've already covered the mound. They're just about done covering the home plate area with the separate tarp there, and the grounds crew has just about the rest of the field covered. The rain is coming down. It is not a blinding rain here by any stretch of the imagination, but it is enough to halt play and try and save everything for the rest of tonight. So the game in a rain delay at the outset here this evening. Oscar De La Cruz was out there throwing his warm-up pitches, and they called for the tarp. At that point in time, we saw Mike Reynolds head out. Now, it belongs to the home team front office to make the call about whether or not to tarp until the first pitch is thrown. That first pitch never was thrown, so it was actually up to the Barnstormers front office to make the call, and they called for the tarp. Now, it looks like once this is through, and it doesn't appear that we're going to get into the heavy stuff, then we should be able to be good for baseball here this evening. But at the moment, we are in a rain delay as the Ironmasters and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks were on the field. We got through the national anthem. Everything was fine. And as Oscar De La Cruz was taking his warm-up throws before the top half of the first inning, the rains struck. And it's better at that point to call for the tarp. It actually would have been better even before Oscar started to throw. But he should still be all right. We're in a rain delay at the moment here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. And we will, for the benefit of Froggy Valley 100.1, we will continue to give you updates from the stadium here. We mentioned the Ironmasters victorious in the opener last night, 14-7 over the Staten Island Ferry Hawks And at the outset, it looked like it was going to be a pitching-oriented game between Eddie Reynoso and Eric Manoa. It was a 1-0 game through 3 innings and 1-1 going into the bottom half of the fourth, and then the big inning started. The Iron Masters picked up 5 runs on a pair of homers, one by Anderson Felice, one by Kelly Dugan in the bottom of the fourth inning, and then in the top of the fifth, the Ferry Hawks came back with 3 home runs in a 6-run inning against Manoa, and Staten Island at that point took a 7-6 lead. The Iron Masters came out and left the bases loaded in the bottom of the fifth inning, but then started a pretty savage assault with 2 runs in the 6th, keyed by an Andretti Cordero double to the alley in left center field, and then the Iron Masters piled on 6 runs in the bottom half of the 8th inning. They used 5 extra base hits in that 8th inning, the ball sailing in all kinds of directions. Clark with a home run to right. Dugan had a double off the batter's eye in center. Robinson a double to left. Felice a double to right center. And it was all capped off by Sean Dunston Jr.'s 4th triple as a barnstormer as he yanked a drive into the right field corner. And it was off to the races from there. So 14-7, the Iron Masters winning here a night ago. These 2 clubs are winding down the first half of the schedule. The first half for the Barnstormers will technically end on Tuesday in the middle of a doubleheader. We have a makeup game at York. That will be the final game of the first half. The second half will get started with the second game of that doubleheader against the Revs. Elsewhere in Atlantic League play tonight, Gastonia is at Lexington. The Gastonia Honey Hunters, the first half champions in the South Division. Wild Health, the second team out of Lexington, Kentucky, is visiting Charleston, West Virginia. Southern Maryland is at High Point. Southern Maryland, the first half champs here in the north. And it is York at Long Island. The Revs, who play 42 of their final 60 games of the season at home at Peoples Bank Park. And of course, that's the next opponent for the Lancaster Barnstormers, a 5-game series coming up in York this upcoming week. And those are meetings 16 through 20 between the 2 clubs in this extended rivalry here in the 2022 season. On the Major League scoreboard, Tampa Bay over Toronto in the first of a day-night doubleheader up at the Rogers Center. The Rays won 6-2 in game 1. They have started the second game, and again, it's Tampa up 3-0. They're in the bottom half of inning number 2. In the first game of a doubleheader, the New York Yankees slammed the Cleveland Guardians 13-4. Garrett Cole picking up his 7th win of the year at the end of 2. Cleveland up 1-0 over the Yankees in Cleveland. Minnesota scored in the bottom half of the 9th inning to walk off on the Orioles. The Twins victorious 4-3. Everything else either in progress or yet to get started. The Phillies withstood a savage St. Louis attack in the top of the first inning. I understand there were 4 consecutive home runs. The Cardinals still lead, but it's just 6-5 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. White Sox 5-1 over San Francisco in the top of the 8th. Miami owns a 5-3 lead in the middle of the 7th inning at Washington. Pittsburgh 7-3 over Milwaukee. That is in the top half of the 8th inning, and now 7-4 in favor of the Pirates. The red-hot Houston Astros with a 9-1 lead over the Los Angeles Angels, bottom of the 7th at Minute Maid Park. Kansas City up by 1 over Detroit. It's 3-2 in the top half of the 8th inning in Motown. Oakland and Seattle 1 all at the end of 8. Texas 6 and the New York Mets 3. They're in the bottom half of the 8th inning at Citi Field. And in the bottom of the 7th, the Atlanta Braves lead the Cincinnati Reds by a score of 4-1. Coming up later on, Boston at the Cubs. They're not far away from getting started. San Diego is at the Dodgers, and Arizona will be taking on the Colorado Rockies in Denver, and that will be the last game to get started in Major League Baseball tonight. They're about 2.5 hours from getting underway. Showers continue to fall here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It is not a terribly hard rain here, but we are beginning to see some standing water around the warning track areas. It may very well be a while before we can get action going here tonight. So we're going to check in on a couple of things and take a break here. We'll be back with an update after these commercial messages.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gockenauers in East Petersburg.
I have a story to tell. It's the most important story of my life because it's about the love of my life, my husband. I'll tell you about the time he returned a hero and brought other soldiers back as well. I'll tell you about a man who brought honor to a nation and pride to our family. I do this not only to respect my husband's memory, but so that others remember their time with him.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. Staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Dave Collins back with you from Clipper Magazine Stadium, where the storm cell seems to have shifted to the north, and it hit us instead of passing us by as we thought that it might. But it's nowhere near as heavy as had been anticipated. This particular storm had been severe warned, but it certainly, as it passes through the ballpark, is not of any kind of severe nature. We're just getting a rain shower. We heard some thunder earlier, nothing of the sort now, and the skies off to our west are beginning to brighten as we speak. So anticipate there will be baseball here tonight. And we'll be coming your way with baseball at whatever time that happens. Right now, for the benefit of our listeners up at Froggy Valley 100.1, we will keep you here until such time as I hear otherwise, and perhaps we can have you listen to some music or other programming in the interim. We are in a rain delay at Clipper Magazine Stadium as the Lebanon Iron Masters were scheduled and still are scheduled to take on the Staten Island Ferry Hawks here this evening. We're coming to the end of the first half, and the normal persona of this ball club, the Lancaster Barnstormers, statistically has been a very good half and a very good ball club. The only area in which this team has been lacking is in the wins and losses department, where the club is just 26-36. Everything else, the club is above par. They've scored more than their opponents. They have far better offensive production than the club has given up. They have out-homered the opponents. They have out-hit the opponents. Everything is going along well. The bugaboo, the problem, has been the close ball games. This team just 5-15 in one-run games on the season. And now we can begin to look for the rainbow. The sun has come out to the west, and now a heavy shower, and maybe the heaviest shower that we have endured is descending upon the ballpark, but I simply do not think it will be much longer before we can pull the covering and get baseball going here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. In a rain delay before we can get tonight's game against the Staten Island Ferry Hawks underway. We have not had a home rainout yet this year. We're not planning on having one here tonight. This cell will clear out. There is nothing major behind it. Some spotty showers currently coming through York County, but those look like, unless something grows out of those, to be the type of rain that we would be able to play through as the evening goes along. Tomorrow's a big day here at Clipper Magazine Stadium because we've got an entertainment doubleheader for you. And the first part of that is the finale of this series between the Iron Masters and the Ferry Hawks. That will be at 1 o'clock. Gates will open for season ticket holders at 11:45, and at noon the general gates will open from 12 to 12:30-ish. We'll have some of the Iron Masters players available for autographs up on the first base concourse, and families or friends can go out and play catch in the outfield during that time. The ball game will be at 1. Kids will be able to run the bases after the game. And then we, at 5 o'clock tomorrow, have another event starting at the stadium, and it will be a free admission 4th of July games, food, fun event that will be capped off later on tomorrow evening. So it's a big day at the stadium tomorrow. Plan on being here for both ends of it, baseball and then the fun 4th of July event coming up at the ballpark. Again, 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock, the starting times for those two events tomorrow. The skies overhead appear like it cannot still possibly be raining here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, though as we look to the puddles, rain does continue to fall. It is letting up, and it certainly let up from the height of this storm cell coming through. We had very little in the way of wind or lightning or thunder, just a fairly substantial but never blinding rain shower at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Standing water on the track, but you can play through that. It is the infield grass and dirt of ultimate concern, and that was largely protected by the tarpaulin getting on. If you put it on before it starts raining, it's protected entirely. That didn't happen, as we thought we were going to be able to get this game underway on time here tonight. The question now is about the Barnstormers or Iron Masters starting pitcher Oscar De La Cruz. He got fully warmed up in the bullpen. He was about ready to start off the game. He had gotten a handful of warm-up throws in when the signal came for the tarp to be put on the field. At this point in time, he should be still pretty good to go. This is the equivalent of sitting out a long half inning. However, if the rain stays in here much longer, then they could scramble the plans for the Iron Masters here tonight. And we've already been through this. The reason that the Barnstormers will be taking on the York Revolution in a doubleheader on Tuesday is very, very different scenario, but similar start to a night. And it also involved De La Cruz. The last time we were in York, they started a game, played a half an inning, and then it was determined that the field was way too wet from rains that had fallen overnight and earlier in the day. They had a hanging mist, didn't get the drying conditions at all that they expected, and that game was scratched. De La Cruz was already warmed up, and Ross Peoples, the manager, moved him back a couple of days, and he ended up throwing part of the doubleheader at Long Island on the Saturday night. Exactly how things will stack up here remains to be determined, though I would anticipate, with the sun now out in peeking around the scattered clouds off to the west of the stadium, we'll have baseball going within, I would say, the next 20 minutes to half an hour. We will get things underway here tonight, and hopefully we'll be able to get everything in an uninterrupted fashion from there. We already have the crew chief of the umpires, Bill Reuter, back out, and he is being joined by the grounds crew on the field, and it looks like very shortly they are going to be removing the covering of the infield here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The tarp crew is now in place and receiving their instructions, and they will soon be starting to peel that covering back off. Baseball on tap here in Lancaster tonight. We'll have more, and hopefully being able to tell you when the first pitch of this game will be thrown in just a moment right after this.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
At that moment, we have the summertime phenomenon of bright sunshine and pouring rain simultaneously, as the sun has started to get lower in the sky out to the west, and this thunderstorm cell is passing through. We're just about to the end of it, and the rain had let up to the point where they were about to peel the tarp off, and while we were on the commercial break, it started to pour once again at the ballpark, so our game will be delayed a little bit longer as the Lebanon Iron Masters host the Staten Island Ferry Hawks in the second game of a three-game series. The finale tomorrow will pit David Martinez, a right-hander just joining the Ferry Hawks, and I believe that to be the one-time Houston Astro, David Martinez, and he'll be matched up against the guy who has been the best starter for the Barnstormers over the last month, Niall Ball, who will come in with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, and coming off a performance where he had a no-hitter into the 6th inning against the Lexington Legends, and he can always talk about how his no-hitter was broken up by former Major League All-Star Jason Phillips. There goes the tarp. It is being removed at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and with that, we shortly will be good to go with baseball here. Niall gave up the home run to Brandon Phillips in the 6th inning the other night, one of 2 hits that Ball would allow over 7 innings. He struck out 10, and Niall, as it turns out, is very close to PJ and Brandon Phillips. I got the impression that they may even be distant cousins, and there was a lot of good-natured jesting between Niall and the Phillips brothers after his performance there on Tuesday night. The Barnstormers would eventually win that game by the score of 3-2 in 11 innings. So Ball did not factor in the decision, but he turned in quite an effort, and Nile was the Barnstormers candidate sent into the Atlantic League for the Pitcher of the Month honors. He was 2-0 with a 2.77 ERA. He gave up only 15 hits and struck out 30 in his 4 starts during the month of June. He had to miss 1 start because of a back ailment, and that conceivably could keep him away from winning that award because he missed the 1 start. But ball is getting better as starts are going by. The starting pitchers tonight are Oscar De La Cruz and Hector Guance Pena. And we see the Iron Masters now getting loose along the right field line. The Ferry Hawks will begin to do the same along the left side once the tarp is rolled up and put away. The field is designed to drain. That's standing water that those of you viewing our broadcast here tonight are currently seeing around the track. That will begin to disappear in the next few minutes, and eventually you won't even know that it rained here tonight. It's the way professional baseball diamonds are designed, is for that water to almost get sucked through varying layers of gravel and clay, and it will disappear in the not too distant future. This all began back during the winter when representatives from JBT and the Lebanon Valley Chamber of Commerce met with officials from the Lancaster Barnstormers in Clipper Magazine Stadium, and then they had a name the team contest, and it got down to the final 3 names. And during an exhibition game that the Barnstormers played against the traveling Black Sox squad at Lebanon Valley College on April 15th, the name Iron Masters and the artwork was introduced. This weekend was planned, and unfortunately the weather has played some tricks with this weekend. Thankfully for the folks tuned in up in Lebanon, you don't have to worry about this storm. It doesn't appear. Something else might spring up later. This was coming through the southern end of Lancaster County and down toward Willow Street, even the south end of the city, and then all of a sudden it spread up this way, and the storm did get us. Never what you would consider a heavy or severe thunderstorm, strong, however you want to describe that, but it was enough to force stoppage of play before play ever really began here this evening. But we are going to have baseball. There's very little doubt about that. At this point in time, the Iron Masters are getting loose. De La Cruz will be given an opportunity, I would think, to loosen up more than the standard 8 pitches on the mound that you would get before you start an inning. And they may want to get Hector Guance Pena warmed up again on the visitor side as well. The tarp is at the moment being folded up. They take a little bit longer to fold it, so you take a little bit less time on the more important end, and that is rolling it out on the field. So what they're doing out there, for the benefit of those of you viewing the activity on the field, they call it an accordion fold. And when you do it this way, you can pull the tarp on the field in one straight shot. I remember back in the day, you'd unfold it once, and then you'd have to run back to the edge and unfold it again and do that 2 or 3 times. Well, in the middle of a rainstorm, that takes maybe 15, 20 seconds extra, and the 15 to 20 seconds can be crucial in terms of whether or not a game gets played or gets washed out at that point. You don't want to allow the field to get terribly wet. You can see around the diamond it did take some water. It's not in terrible shape, and they're going to assess whether or not the infield will require any work before play can resume here tonight. Oscar De La Cruz at the Iron Masters dugout. He is talking to manager Ross Peoples. The umpiring crew is over there. Bullpen catcher Rob Rosato is there. He had been working with De La Cruz in the bullpen, the game catcher Colton Shaver in on the conversation as well. It's just a question here of not if we are going to get restarted tonight, but exactly when this game will get underway. Officially now a rain delay of 29 minutes before the activity can get started here this evening. So close to having baseball tonight. De La Cruz was warming up to face Antoine Duplantis to start off the ball game, and that pitch was never thrown. The tarp was summoned, and now the grounds crew is putting that tarp away, and we will have baseball in, I would think, reasonably short order. Again, let's run down the starting lineups for you for this evening's game. It will be Antoine Duplantis leading off in left field for the Ferry Hawks. The designated hitter batting second will be Dilson Herrera. And it will be Angel Aguilar batting third at second base. Those three each homered in the 6-run fifth inning last night. Ricardo Cespedes is batting cleanup and playing center. The first baseman hitting number 5 will be Joseph Reyes. Javier Betancourt at third base batting 6th. Andres Noriega is the catcher in the 7 slot. Joseph Monje will be in right field. He is batting 8th. Alfredo Reyes is the starting shortstop and batting 9th, with Hector Guance Pena on the hill for the Ferry Hawks tonight, making his 4th start, his first against the Barnstormers. And for Lancaster, or Lebanon, it will be Sean Dunston Jr. in center field leading off. Melvin Mercedes will bat second and play second base. The designated hitter is Kelly Dugan. He's batting third. Hitting cleanup will be Andretti Cordero. He's at first base. Ladarius Clark will be in right, batting 5th. Colton Shaver, the catcher, will hit 6th. The left fielder batting number 7 is Trayvon Robinson. Trace Lair at third base hitting 8th. And Jake Hoover will round out the batting order, playing shortstop for the Iron Masters here this evening. Oscar De La Cruz will be making the start. It is his 7th start following 8 relief outings. He is 2-1 with an earned run average of 5.84. This will be his 3rd start against the Ferry Hawks. He beat them on Staten Island in the first game of a doubleheader back on the 2nd of June. And then in his next start, as Staten Island came back here to Clipper Magazine Stadium, Oscar was not involved in the decision in a ball game eventually won by the Ferry Hawks by the score of 6-4. He gave up 6 hits, 3 runs in 5 innings that night. The first time out, just 2 hits and 2 runs in 6 innings of work. De La Cruz will have to focus tonight, as much as anything else, on getting through Angel Aguilar. The second baseman now, he was the third baseman back then, homered in each game that De La Cruz started, and Aguilar in general has plagued, whether they be the Barnstormers or the Iron Masters. He's hit 4 homers in the 7 games of the season series, including a rocket to the hillside and left center field here last night. And for those of you familiar with Clipper Magazine Stadium, you know that it is the Macho Man home run to get a ball out here to left center. It is the deepest part of Clipper Magazine Stadium. It runs out to 409 feet at the deepest point out in left center, so definitely not an easy home run. We don't seem to have any wind tonight. It's either that or the flag out in center field got soaked during the rainstorm, but it is not moving at all. It had been blowing out toward right field, and I would expect that the wind and some kind of a breeze will pick back up here and again be blowing out to right. It is very pleasant out here right now. The warmer temperatures, upper 80s, cooling off with the rainstorm that passed through. We had rain for about 20 minutes, perhaps even closer to 25 minutes. That has let up. The rain is over. The sun is out here on Prince Street as we get ready to go for the middle game of this 3-game Lebanon County weekend The Lebanon Ironmasters taking on the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Ross Peoples is out there with the umpiring crew. Mike Reynolds, the president and general manager here, and Ferry Hawks manager, the longtime National League second baseman Edgardo Alfonso, is walking the field as well, and they have called for the grounds crew to do a little bit extra tailoring of the infield over on the left side, and it does look like there is a soggy spot or two, and now they actually go past the third base side of the infield, and they're going to squeegee some of the water off of the warning track into the grass area. Again, within half an hour to an hour's time, you won't be able to even know that we had rain at the ballpark. It does soak in very, very quickly. Once the drying starts, the sun comes out, and the rain, the water, the standing water just gets sucked down through the various layers the way this field is constructed. Well, Oscar De La Cruz scheduled to make the start for the Iron Masters here this evening. He had been at the dugout. He may be going back down to the bullpen. Typically in major league organizations, there's about a 45-minute to an hour time limit, depending on the organization, depending on the exact pitcher involved, as to whether or not somebody who is fully warmed up comes back out and continues, or in this case, it will be even starting the game. We are not quite at that point yet. At the moment, the rain delay is 36 minutes in length. And more groundskeeping equipment is being brought out onto the field. It's always the infield that is the biggest issue. You can deal with standing water around the track. You try and limit it as much as possible, of course. But it is the infield where the ball will travel on the ground. You don't want to have wet baseballs. Wet baseballs, one, they get heavier, and two, they're harder to control. They can be dangerous, and that's one of the reasons that baseball is not played during the rain. It's also the infielders who have to make the very quick cuts, and you don't want to risk any injuries there, and also you don't want to have anybody slipping and falling on the way around the bases. So the Iron Masters all gathered out in shallow right field, and the Ferry Hawks are starting to head out toward the left field line and an opportunity to get back loose, but we do not have, as of yet, a projected start time for tonight's game. We'll see if we can contact somebody to give us an update as to when things might get going again here tonight. The Iron Masters hosting the Staten Island Ferry Hawks in the middle game of this three-game holiday weekend series. Plenty of baseball coming up at Clipper Magazine Stadium when the club returns home on the 6th from the two-day stay in York. They will be home all the way from the 6th, with the exception of Monday off days. They will not be on the road again until another series in York on the 22nd. And this team is currently in a stretch where they will play 38 games out of 41 within the confines of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 29 games at home, 9 in York. The only exception will be at the very end of July, a three-game series up on Staten Island against the Ferry Hawks Ball Club. Folks up in Staten Island, we had one opportunity about a month ago to travel up to the facility there, and it is an absolutely wonderful place. So make sure that you tell your friends to come on out, enjoy Atlantic League baseball. I understand it's not an affiliated club. It's actually, and a lot of people who have become fans of this league understand this, that the level of play is higher than what you had experienced in the New York Penn League. You've got older, established players. A lot of players in this league have spent time in the major leagues, although not so much on these two ball clubs. You only have one on each side, Trayvon Robinson and Dilson Herrera, but when you look around the league, there are other clubs that have 8, 10, 12 former major leaguers, established players. We talked about Brandon Phillips, who comes and goes out of Lexington. He doesn't really travel with the team, but you've got a number of other players around this league, including former American League home run champion Chris Davis just signed with the Wild Health Genomes yesterday, and it goes down from there. So there is a lot of great baseball to watch. The guys that are here to win, not to develop players, and jump in and enjoy the competition of Atlantic League baseball. Very high quality baseball. Most people compare this to AA or AAA level. In fact, one member of the Barnstormers recently had attended a game when not here, and believes fully that the Lancaster Lebanon team could take on AA and AAA teams and win on a pretty regular basis. So that's the confidence, and there is a very, very good baseball played in the Atlantic League. I know up on Staten Island you're not terribly used to this, and you're probably not necessarily tuned in unless you have become a fan of the Ferry Hawks, but get the word out. It is great baseball, and there will be better times ahead for the Ferry Hawks on the field. I know this year has been a struggle. We went through the same thing in Lancaster. Our first half was not very good back in 2005, and by the end of the next year, the Lancaster Barnstormers were Atlantic League champions. The original manager here was Tommy Herr, and we had a baseball operations man by the name of Keith Lupton, who had been a longtime minor league general manager, but he had also been a scout, and between the two, they got things sorted out, and it went from cellar dwellers, our first half ever, to winning the Atlantic League championship with an exciting club in our second ever season. In fact, not only did the Barnstormers win the championship that second year, they did not lose a playoff game. They swept the semifinal series against Atlantic City and the championship series against the Bridgeport Bluefish. So Ross Peoples has ended his conversation with the umpires, and the Barnstormers now, the Iron Masters, take their spots on the field. Everything has been cleared for play by the umpiring crew. Oscar De La Cruz getting his legs limbered back up as he will take some warm-up throws. And finally, after what is going to end up being about a 45-minute rain delay here tonight, we are going to have the first pitch of this ball game. De La Cruz can have a little bit longer, of course, than the standard 8 pitches before he works the game tonight. Marty Hassenfuss will be the home plate umpire tonight. Jason Smith at first base, and Bill Reuter will be the umpire at third for the second game of this series. Defensively for the Barnstormers, for the Iron Masters, Trace Lair at third. The shortstop is Jake Hoover, Melvin Mercedes at second, and Andretti Cordero over at first. The outfield has Trayvon Robinson in left, with Sean Dunston Jr. in center, and Ladarius Clark. The right fielder, Colton Shaver, will be doing the catching for the Iron Masters here tonight. The Iron Masters with utility man Anderson Felice, who had a homer and a double last night, and the other catcher, Anthony Peroni, on the bench for this evening's game. Could see either or both later on tonight, depending on exactly how this ball game goes. So Oscar De La Cruz now going full throttle. The lights will remain on at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It's actually more expensive to turn the lights, to turn the lights off and back on again than it is to keep these running. I imagine all facilities eventually will have the LED lights, which are a tremendous energy savings. We have not made that investment yet here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and I don't know if it's in the offing for the next couple of years, but eventually these lights that we have here will become obsolete, and everybody will be using the LED lights. They have them at the new ballpark in Gastonia. They have them in Lexington. They have them on Long Island, and imagine that sooner or later everybody will have the LED lights, and you can do all kinds of things with them. You can perform special effects on home runs and victories and so on and so forth that you cannot do with these old-fashioned, I believe they're halogen lights that take 20 minutes to warm up at any given evening, and warming them up is something that uses up a lot of electricity as you go through. So De La Cruz is just about through with his warm-up throws as we get set for the opening of tonight's ball game between the Iron Masters and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, and it is a 45-minute delay before we can get things going here tonight. But Antoine Duplantis steps in for Staten Island, a .266 hitter. Since he joined the Ferry Hawks, he has 2 home runs, one of those last night, a 3-run shot down the right field line. He is driven in 8th. First pitch by De La Cruz, a called strike, says Marty Hassenfuss, a former high school basketball coach. 0-1. The count to Duplantis. De La Cruz comes back. His fastball results in a check swing, and the count will even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. De La Cruz, 6'6", 250-pound right-hander from the Dominican Republic, former New York Mets and Chicago Cubs farmhand. He deals outside, and Duplantis bats now at 2-1. Antoine Duplantis spent parts of 3 seasons in the Mets organization. High pop fly here over on the left. Goes Trace Lair. He'll run out of room at the rolled up tarp. And it will be 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Duplantis, a native of Louisiana. The Barnstormers also have a player from the Lafayette, Louisiana area, pitcher Tyler Laporte. There's a ball belted out to right field. Clark going back. Clark to the wall. Clark leaping at the wall, and the walls will not contain it. That is a leadoff home run for Duplantis against Oscar De La Cruz, and an early 1-0 lead for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Duplantis giving the 2-2 pitch a ride, getting it up onto the picnic deck here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It's 300 down the right field line. A lot of balls hit up on that deck. This a home run friendly stadium. Duplantis is homered here 2 nights in a row. Former Louisiana State Tiger is Antoine Duplantis. So he played at the highest levels of college baseball. Tapper foul by Dilson Herrera, who had an inside the park home run last night. 195 for Herrera with 1 homer and 8 runs batted in. The Ferry Hawks enjoying the trip here to Clipper Magazine Stadium. You don't get to see too many home runs at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park, except maybe to right field. Left field there, the ball really tends not to carry. 0-2 is high, and taking off for first base, and he'll get a base hit, is Dilson Herrera. It's the first time we've seen it since opening night here. So he will get an experimental rule base hit, and the Ferry Hawks have a runner at first base with nobody out. Angel Aguilar, the second baseman, will come to the plate. The pitch high off the glove of Colton Shaver, and it is, in fact, a base hit. So Aguilar will step in. He is batting .319 with 10 home runs and 33 runs batted in. And And again, De La Cruz has given up a couple of home runs to him. Oscar is, to some extent, home run prone. The offering is fouled back, and quickly 1 strike on Aguilar. So we started off with a home run and an experimental rule base hit. Catchers had stopped even running to the backstop after those. And all of a sudden, Dilson Herrera takes off and gets the experimental rule base hit. No balls, 1 strike to Aguilar. Infield set, double play depth. There is a swing and a miss. And De La Cruz had a little bit extra on that fastball, in perhaps a certain way displaying some feelings and opinion about Herrera taking off. It's not popular among the players in this league. No balls and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. Aguilar will pop this up behind the plate. Shaver coming back, sheds the mask, and has enough room for the catch. Aguilar is retired on the foul pop fly to the catcher. Ricardo Cespedes, the center fielder, will step in. For those of you unfamiliar with the experimental rule in the Atlantic League, I know we have some different audiences here this weekend. You're allowed to run to first base on any pitch that is not caught. And if you make it safely to first, as Herrera did in this top half of the first inning, you are awarded a base hit. Major League Baseball trying to experiment with some different rules here. I don't see this one necessarily going all that far. Ground ball shortstop, could be 2. To Mercedes 1, the throw back to first, not in time to double up Cespedes, who does run well. And the ball slowed down a little bit, it appeared, on shortstop Jake Hoover. And by the time he could feed it to Mercedes and Melvin relayed it to first, Cespedes beats it across. 1 run home, 2 outs and a man at first, and the batter will be the first baseman, a left-handed hitter, Joseph Reyes, who is 3 out of 22 with 2 doubles and a home run. So his hits have all been for extra bases for the Ferry Hawks. Cespedes now the runner at first. He is 9 out of 11 stealing and out to a pretty good size lead here. Swing and a foul away by Reyes. He goes down a strike. It is 0-1. De La Cruz giving up the leadoff home run to Antoine Duplantis. They may or may not have crossed paths last year in the Mets system. Duplantis spent the bulk of the year at Brooklyn and played only 7 games in Binghamton. De La Cruz was at Binghamton for a fair amount of the season, but also played at AAA at Syracuse. Cespedes leads off first. The right-hander De La Cruz to the set. The pitch fouled away. And the count to Reyes goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs with the runner at first. Cespedes has not taken off at any point. Being held at first by Andretti Cordero. Kelly Dugan in the lineup tonight is the designated hitter. De La Cruz ready to go. Here is the 1-2. Runner goes, but a swing and a miss, so it doesn't matter. Reyes is gone on strikes in the inning. 1 run on 2 hits. One of those an experimental rule hit. No errors and 1 man left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the first inning with the score. Staten Island 1 and the Iron Masters coming up.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, Family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
The Iron Masters will need to make up a run. They will be facing another 6'6" right-hander by the name of Hector Guance Pena, who is relatively new to the Atlantic League. This is his 4th start, and he joined the Ferry Hawks just after their last meeting with the Lancaster Barnstormers. Guance Pena has thrown 14 innings. He's given up 15 hits, 9 runs all earned, walking 8 and striking out 13. 1-1 his record with a 5.79 ERA. He got roughed up by the York Revolution in his last start. He dropped a decision by the score of 13-4, throwing just 3 innings and giving up 7 runs. Here is the first pitch to Dunston, and Sean taps it foul at the plate. No balls and a strike. 275 hitter is the Iron Master center fielder with 5 runs batted in. He has 4 triples in his 19 games. The 0-1 pitch, inside and low, ball 1, strike 1. Dunston, a son of longtime Major League shortstop Sean Dunston Sr., who was teammates for a while with the opposing manager Edgardo Alfonso at the Giants and the Mets. Here's a 1-1 offering. Dunston with a ground ball base hit into right field. He is on base for the 19th game out of 20. And we'll see what the Barnstormers, Iron Masters, can do to get him around. Melvin Mercedes will step in. Mercedes' hottest hitter on the ball club at the moment. He's batted .391 his last 46 at-bats. He is 8 out of 16 in a current 4-game hitting streak. He's batted safely overall in 10 out of 11. Dunston leads off first. Guance Pena will come to the set. Runner goes. The pitch is taken, and the throw ends up in center field. The throw from Andres Noriega slipped out of his hand and got the center field on the fly. Dunston at second with his 11th steal of the year. Melvin Mercedes at the plate, now with a runner in scoring position. In the bottom of the first inning, the Iron Masters looking to draw even closely. Ball 1, no strikes. The count on Mercedes. Kelly Dugan, the designated hitter, waits in the on-deck circle. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Mercedes looks at a fastball from Guance Pena onto the outside corner. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Staten Island with the leadoff home run from Antoine Duplantis here tonight, taking the early lead. De La Cruz got out of it from there, and now Mercedes with a ball skied foul out toward the hillside down the left field line. And it is now 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Lancaster second baseman, who will generally stand in there and work the count quite well. Guance Pena working out of the stretch. Dunston leads off second. Fastball is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Melvin Mercedes gets caught looking, 1 out, and Kelly Dugan, the designated hitter, will step in. Dugan is at .340 with 22 homers and 62 runs batted in. He homered, doubled, and drove in 4 last night, but I had a kid with him. He was a lightweight because he lost ground in the home run race. Dunston takes off for third. The pitch is high, and they will have no shot. Dunston just ran on Guance Pena. That's his 12th steal of the season. Guance Pena spent 3 years pre-pandemic in the Baltimore Orioles organization. Actually, if you take it back before that, he was with the Nationals and the Orioles, got as high as single-A Delmarva. He was a 9-game winner back in 2019. Dugan sends a foul fly ball out of play down the left field line, and it's level at 1 ball and 1 strike. He threw 108 innings in 2019, 87 hits. He walked 66 and struck out 94, but look out, he also hit 18 batters during that season. 1-1, the count to Dugan. Dunston up the line from third. Kelly takes a fastball inside and low. It is 2-1. Dugan is tied for second in the league in home runs. He's tied with Carlos Franco, the third baseman from York, and one behind Courtney Hawkins, outfielder designated hitter from Lexington. Franco and Hawkins each hit 2 last night. There's a ground ball. That is a foul ball outside first base. Dugan close to driving in the run with possibly a double, but foul past the bag, nobody arguing. It hugged the line, and now Dugan faces a 2-ball and 2-strike count against Guance Pena. Dunston certainly has played his role, a single and a couple of stolen bases. Dugan looking to pick up the tying run here for the Iron Masters. 2-2, Guance Pena is outside with that, filling the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes with first baseman Andretti Cordero waiting on deck. Kelly has driven in the runner from third with fewer than 2 outs 73.9% of the time. Staten Island has brought its infield in. 3-2, the count to Dugan. Dunston will be coming on contact, I would certainly have to believe. Right-hander out of the line, deals 3-2, and there's a drive, deep right field, way back it goes, and he's tied Hawkins with his 23rd. Kelly Dugan with another one. What a season he's having. He gives the Iron Masters a 2-1 lead with another blast to right field. And if you want to hear something absolutely crazy, I know we have the short dimension to right, and we've had left-handed batters like Galen and so on and so forth who put up some numbers at Clipper Magazine Stadium. But Dugan has averaged, get this, a home run every 6.1 at-bats in this ballpark this season. That is unbelievable this far in. First pitch is inside and low to Andretti Cordero. Ball 1-0. Cordero hitting .301 with 8 homers and 51 runs batted in. 2-1 in favor of the Iron Masters on another Dugan rocket. Here is the delivery, and it is taken for a strike. Cordero is level with Guance at a ball and a strike. He's listed online as Hector Guance. He is listed on the lineup card as Pena. Full name Guance Pena. Ground ball and leaping over it is the still limber at the age of 42 Iron Masters manager Ross Peoples. Cordero batting with the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Ladarius Clark, who homered last night, is in the on-deck circle. Cordero had a pair of hits and drove in 2 runs in the Iron Masters 14-7 win. Andretti swings and misses at a slider. He goes down. It's the second strikeout for Guance Pena. And Ladarius Clark will come to the plate. It is traditional in Latin American countries to carry both your father's surname and your mother's maiden name. And I apologize, I don't remember the correct order. Outside and low for a ball, 1-0. You may remember Brian Cavazos Galvez, and now I can tell you the order because his father was former major leaguer Benito Galvez. 1-0. Bouncing ball chopped over past Ross into the far side of the Staten Island dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1 Iron Masters. Dunston and Dugan combine once again. Dunston has been a tremendous pickup as a leadoff hitter for this team. To Clark, breaking ball doesn't spin all the way back, and it is 2 balls and a strike. And then Kelly Dugan doing Kelly Dugan things again. We missed that for about 5 games. He didn't drive in a run. It was a puzzle. Clark breaks his bat and shoots a ground ball to the third base dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and another contribution for the broken bat deck up along the right field line here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the #1 ballpark in the Major League Baseball Partner Leagues for the 3rd consecutive year by fans voting. A lot of that is because the faithful here in Lancaster are very, very loyal, and they jumped online and got it done for the 3rd consecutive season. That has gone on for a while. I guess we never really paid a lot of attention to it around the pandemic, and then during the pandemic, we got the ball rolling, and this facility named the best 3 years in a row, grounded foul past third base. But as various teams come through here during an Atlantic League season, we hear it so often from players, from coaches, from visiting media people, how much they enjoy this facility and this operation. Here's a 2-2 on Clark. He will let it go, a partial swing, but Jason Smith says he held in time. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The only complaints you'll ever hear about this ballpark are, 1, the short porch and right. Not everybody, especially pitchers and pitching coaches, are terribly comfortable with it. And the other thing can be the fact that this ballpark is oriented a little bit quirky. There's a swing and a miss. Now, Clark goes down on strikes as well. Guance Pena fans 3 in the first inning, but around that, the Iron Masters pick up 2 runs on 2 hits with no errors and nobody left on base at the end of an inning. Here at Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight, the Iron Masters have jumped ahead by the score of 2-1.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus Hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
2-1 Iron Masters. We go to the top of the second inning. In case you're just joining us, the game was held up by 45 minutes by a storm that passed through here just as Oscar De La Cruz was about to throw his first pitch. We took a glancing blow from a storm that looked like it was going to go past us to the south. Here is Javier Betancourt, the third baseman, leading off the top of the second inning. home run each way. Solo shot for Antoine Duplantis in the top of the first, and then Kelly Dugan did it again, a 2-run blast for the Iron Masters in the bottom of inning 1. Now to Betancourt, first pitch low, and De La Cruz is at 1-0 against the opposing third baseman. Betancourt at 256 for the year, a pair of home runs, 12 runs batted in. Staten Island has had trouble scoring runs. Popped up on the right side into the crowd over the net. That'll be a ball and a strike on Javier Betancourt. The Ferry Hawks haven't reached double digits in any game, and they've averaged a little over 3 runs per contest. It hits Betancourt, and the leadoff man will be aboard in the second inning. De La Cruz, guilty of the HBP to start off inning number 2. It is the 7th guy he's hit. By the way, De La Cruz has now given up a home run in 9 consecutive appearances. I said he's a little home run prone, and it showed up again tonight. It's 11 home runs over those 9 appearances. Betancourt, the runner at first base, and we'll get our first look at the native of Colombia, Andres Noriega. Noriega batting .207 with a couple of runs batted in, taking over as one of the catchers for the Ferry Hawks from John Nestor, who did the bulk of the catching the 2 prior series. Runner at first base, he holds, and a pitch is inside on Noriega for a ball 1 and no strike count. This pitching staff here in Lancaster has a reputation. They just hit their 58th batter in 63 games. Swing and a miss, and to Noriega, it is 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm a bit lost on this lineup. I wonder if there were changes. Fouled back because this is Betancourt.
Oops. Did I do that?
That may be Noriega at first. Is Monhay on deck. In any event, runner leading off first base, and now to Betancourt. Fastball high and inside, 2-2. Infield looking to turn 2. A near miss for the Iron Masters back in the first inning. Runner leads off first. And now to Betancourt. 2 balls, 2 strikes, breaking ball. He waits back on it and pokes it foul into the net. We will continue at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Defense for the Iron Masters shifted a bit toward the right side. 2-2. De La Cruz often holds his glove up on the left shoulder when he's peering in to get the sign. The pitch is ball 3, a little bit outside and low with the fastball. Now he's in danger of walking Betancourt and putting a second runner on. You talk with the coaching staff here, and they know one of the issues this team has faced, and it's not just this season, but third year in a row, is giving up runs after they just score. Here's the payoff with the runner going. Chopper toward third. Lair will scoop it up and flip it across to Cordero. So Betancourt is retired 5-3. Runner moving to second base, and the batter will be the right fielder Joseph Monhay. Monhay at 167 with 12 runs batted in. Some of the cutting and pasting on Word got me today, and I'm afraid that I typed the 6 and 7 hitters in the wrong order. No, I did not. It was Betancourt and then Noriega. Something switched. One out, runner at second base. Sliced foul off to the right. It is 0-1 on Monhay. Runner at second base for the Ferry Hawks. One out in the second inning. De La Cruz fires up and in. And the Monhay, who is 0 for 18 in the season series. The count is a ball and a strike. Former Boston Red Sox minor leaguer. Runner leading off of second. 1-1, that is inside. And De La Cruz a little bit erratic here in the second inning. 2 balls and a strike. Staten Island trying to tie it up here after the Iron Masters got the home run from Dugan. That's his third, by the way, against Staten Island. He has 10 against York out of the total of 23. And in the first half of the season, he's 2/3 of the way to Caleb Gindle's record from a year ago. Ball 3 missing. And De La Cruz now trailing Monhay at 3 balls and a strike. On deck should be the shortstop Alfredo Reyes, but the numbers don't match up. 3-1. The wind, the pitch, and it is strike 2 to the inside corner. Filling the count on Monhay at 3-2. So we'll try to get everything straightened out for you when we have the opportunity. But something definitely changed in the lineup from what I photographed off the wall of their clubhouse earlier. Ground ball up the middle. Hoover can't get to it. It's a base hit. Here comes the runner around. Dunston will throw into second. And we have an RBI base hit for Monhay, his first hit against Barnstormers pitching. And again, a number that doesn't match up. So we're going to have to send an emissary, I'm afraid, down to the dugout. It is 2-2. And we believe this to be Alfredo Reyes stepping in, but again, not in the right jersey number. One out, runner at first base. Monhay takes off, the pitch a strike. Shaver throws from his knees, and that will be late at second. Monhay with the steal, it's his 12th. And they move a lead run now into scoring position with a count of 1 ball and no strikes on Reyes. Leading off second is Monhay. De La Cruz gives him a glance. The pitch, fastball swing and a miss. And Reyes, a .224 hitter with 2 runs batted in, stands in at 1 ball and 1 strike. The offering, fastball missing inside. 1-2 here on Reyes. 2-2 ball game, top of the second inning, and I apologize for all the discrepancies in the lineups and the uniform numbers. We're trying to get somebody down there to double check. That's fouled off, and we will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second base is Monhay, that we know. 1 out in the inning. Reyes batting with Duplantis waiting on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball cued on the right side. Mercedes will get there, plant and throw. That retires Reyes. Monhay moves to third. He's there with 2 outs. And the batter will be Duplantis, who started us off tonight with a home run up onto the deck in right field. 3 hits for the Ferry Hawks in the game. The Iron Masters with 2. 2 outs. Duplantis is homered in each of the 2 games here this week. He takes a swing and a miss. He's down to Oscar De La Cruz here at no balls and 1 strike. The Iron Masters have the outfield set shaded to the right. It's not drastic. Infield straight up. Monhay up the line from third. The pitch is fouled to the twines. And we are quickly at 0-2 as the sun appears from behind the cloud bank again. Oh and 2, the count to the former LSU Tiger, Antoine Duplantis. 2 guys who were together in the Mets organization a year ago, squaring off. 0-2, De La Cruz will fire. He misses inside and low. Ball 1, 2 strikes on Duplantis. De La Cruz with a lot of fastballs. He's allowed the leadoff man to reach base in both innings. Hector Guance Pena allowed Dunston to reach. Here's a 1-2. Ground ball, first base. Cordero will take it alone. 3 unassisted. Well, De La Cruz begins to get the ground outs, but hitting the leadoff batter in the second inning costs him 1 run, 1 hit with no errors and 1 runner left on base. We're in the middle of the second now with the score. The Iron Masters 2 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 2.
So you know what? I brought in the big one. From WHCM, Channel 27 News, the weather forecaster Brett Bacra, please give us the real.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer & Lum Funeral Home. Personalizing your funeral has never been easier. Whatever people remember you by, whether it's an apron, a special chair, even your motorcycle, if it fits through our doors, it can be part of the service. Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory. We're here because we care.
Colton Shaver will lead off the bottom half of the second for the Iron Masters. He's hitting .269 with 10 homers, 39 runs batted in. He had some good ABs last night. Seemed like he was always at 3-2. He hit some balls hard, didn't get any hits. He did walk twice. And now the first offering from Guance Pena is up and in for a ball. It is 1-0. 45-minute rain delay and a lengthy start to the ball game here tonight. 2-2 our score. Guance Pena to Shaver, a fastball swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. That pitch up around the top of the zone, maybe even above it. Sun in and out from the clouds off to our west. No additional threat of rain, at least not for the time being. Fastball again, kind of in the same spot, this time taken by Shaver. And it is 2 balls and a strike. Colton sporting a new haircut this evening. I didn't ask him if that haircut was given to him by tonight's battery maid, Oscar De La Cruz, who travels with shears. Ball 3 is high, 3-1. I asked Oscar on the last road trip what was in the very ornate case that he was carrying. I thought it was some baseball equipment, maybe a board game on collar or something. No, those are my shears. 3-1 to Shaver. He'll take the leadoff walk here in the second inning. First base on balls given up by Guance Pena tonight, and Trayvon Robinson now will step in. Robinson at 264 with 13 runs batted in. Trace Lair, the third baseman, is on deck, and then Jake Hoover, the shortstop. 2-2 ball game. We've had a lot of base runners, and the pace of play has been fairly slow through the first couple of innings tonight, reminiscent of Thursday's game. The Barnstormers played at Lexington. First pitch for a strike on the inside corner to Robinson. His wrist is taped up today from his crash into the left field fence on the Herrera inside the park home run last night. We were worried it was a great deal worse, but he was able to stay in the game. Foul ball back as Guance Pena mixed speeds on him. Shaver the runner at first with nobody out. And the Iron Masters batting in the lower half of the second inning. Trayvon Robinson bats at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lights have been on since the rainstorm, and they will stay on for the remainder. To Robinson, fastball is up and away. And it is ball 1 and 2 strikes. Shaver has 1 steal. Successful on his only try of the year. Held at first base by Joseph Reyes. The set, and a Robinson 2-2. He'll take that in the dirt. The bat started but went not nearly far enough. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Considering the fact that Guance Pena around the single and the home run in the first inning struck out the side, I would think the Iron Masters will be relatively conservative here. Robinson with a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Shaver inches his way off of first. Guance Pena to a high set position. Runner holds, 3-2 pitch is dribbled foul, and Robinson will keep it going with the full count. 11-2, Staten Island 2, bottom of the second inning. Both pitchers have allowed the leadoff man to reach base in each inning. And at least until now, that runner has scored. Robinson waits again. Staten Island infield at double play depth. Shaver out to his lead. Here's the pitch, and Robinson swats another foul out of play. We continue at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is 2-2, not 3-2. The set, and to Robinson, he goes down swinging. That is strikeout number 4 for Guance Pena. Trace Lair will come to the plate. He's hitting .217 with a home run and 12 runs batted in. Shaver still at first, but now with 1 away as the Iron Masters were not able to advance that leadoff runner. Guance Pena comes set, and to Lair, it is low for ball, 1-0. Trace has cooled off somewhat at the plate. He was 1 for 4 last night. He's just 2 for 15 in his last 6 games, but during that same stretch, he has drawn 8 walks, so still able to make a contribution. 1 ball and no strikes to him here. The pitch ties him up inside, and he wraps a foul that skips on up into the crowd. I think that actually got through where the net has to open up to allow people down the steps and onto the field right next to the dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike to Trace Lair. Shaver still at first after the leadoff walk. And Lair will take an off-speed pitch away. It goes to 2-1 on him. 2 innings for Oscar De La Cruz. He's thrown 41 pitches. That is over the head of Lair and on to second on the wild pitch. Goes Colton Shaver. And that had to be a scary pitch for Trace Lair. 2-1 to the Barnstormer third baseman. That was the 40th pitch thrown by the Staten Island right-hander. Mentioned the other night in Lexington, Jeff Thompson and Cameron Gann between them threw 111 pitches in the first 2 innings. Way out there, Lair will pick up a walk, and Jake Hoover bats with runners at first and second, 1 out. It almost has to be a bit unsettling right now to stand in against either one of these 2 right-handers. Guance Pena has made some outstanding pitches in this game, and it's obvious to see why he's been in 2 different organizations and why the Mets had him in Double-A last year. He's got some great stuff, a very live arm, but there have been 2 or 3 really scary pitches this half inning. Shaver at second, Lair the runner at first, Hoover stands in. Jake at 233 for the season. He takes a half swing and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. Hoover playing in just his second game since the 19th of June. He had been out with a minor knee injury they've been able to take care of. He's hitless in his last 3 games. Last hit coming at Southern Maryland. That was a double back on June the 17th. Shaver off second, Lair off first. 1 strike, the count to Hoover. Dunston waits on deck. And the pitch to Jake is driven out to right, hooking toward the corner. That is in and bouncing to the wall. Colton Shaver will score. Lair will be held at third and going headfirst into second with an RBI double as Jake Hoover as the Iron Masters take a 3-2 lead. RBI double to right for Jake Hoover. He loves going to the right side with runners in scoring position. Successfully does so once again. That is his 13th double of the season, his 18th extra base hit. The Iron Masters back ahead 3-2 with Lair at third, Hoover at second, and Sean Dunston Jr. stepping in. Dunston with a single and a couple of stolen bases in the first inning. It didn't matter where he was on base when Dugan unloaded number 23. To Dunston, off speed, swung on and missed. He is down a strike. It is 0-1. (3-2) Iron Masters, and again, that leadoff man reaching base has been converted into a run. It's happened all 4 half innings so far. In the dirt, knocked down by the catcher, who we believe is Noriega. But the lineup we got from the Ferry Hawks and what we see on the field is to some extent different. Sean Dunston Jr. batting at 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 men in scoring position. The corners guard the bunt. He's very good at it. He'll swing away and foul it back. 1-2, and it gives Guance Pena the opportunity to go for the strikeout here. Melvin Mercedes waiting on deck for the Iron Masters. One ball, 2 strikes. Lair reasonable speed over at third, so Dunston certainly looking to get a ball in play here on the ground and force the defense to make a play. Breaking ball hangs up outside. Guance Pena works at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned he gave up 7 runs in 3 innings. The last time Staten Island played York, it did not go well. There were losses of 13-4 and 19-1 in that series. Dunston pokes a foul back into the screen, so he gets to stay in there at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 very long innings here for Guance Pena, and his pitch count is closing in on 50 as a result. The 13-4 loss came back on the 26th. That was last Sunday. And that was on Staten Island. The 19-1 game was the night before. Here's a 2-2 to Dunston. Sean with a good take, breaking ball down and in. It fills the count 3-2. Mercedes on deck for the Iron Masters. Still just the bottom of the second inning after a 45-minute rain delay. Iron Masters 3 and the Ferry Hawks 2. And a chance for the Iron Masters to get some more runs on the board. Lair at third, Hoover at second, following his go-ahead RBI double. Dunston played by Cespedes in center to hit to the opposite field against the fastballs of Guance Pena. 3-2, and the payoff pitch is grounded foul off the end of the bat and over toward the Staten Island dugout. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Guance Pena has all 4 of his outs on strikeouts. 3-2. Dunston will drive a foul up to the skyboxes along the third base line. Sean and the man behind him, Melvin Mercedes, and you can throw Colton Shaver into the mix, will have pretty lengthy at-bats. They're a big part of the reason the Barnstormers don't get through games terribly quickly. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Dunston. Again, Guance Pena ready to go, full wide. He's high, and he walked him. 3rd walk of the inning, and Mercedes will bat with the bases loaded. To some extent, this is having the Iron Masters where you want them. Club has struggled with bases loaded. We're going to have our first timeout of the night. Pitching coach Nelson Figueroa heading out to talk things over with Guance Pena. Mercedes has not batted with the bases loaded the entire year, but the team is now batting 196 with the bases loaded on the campaign. And they've only had 1 hit with the bases loaded over the last several weeks. They did pick up a key bases loaded walk to beat the Lexington Legends in 11 innings on Tuesday. Trace Lair drew that. Mercedes will step in. Bases loaded, 1 out in the lower half of the second inning. The Iron Masters with the 3-2 lead over the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Mercedes batting, and on deck is the human wrecking ball, Kelly Dugan. Still cannot get over the first half he has had. He's on his way to Barnstormers' single-season records in home runs and runs batted in. To Mercedes, a called strike. It is 0-1. And there is a legitimate chance Dugan, Franco, and Hawkins, I'm talking about all 3, that at least one of them could attack the single-season Atlantic League home run record, which is 48. 0-1, Mercedes will let that go. It's outside and low. Ball 1 and strike 1. That is held by Ozzie Canseco when he played for the Newark Bears before the team here ever existed. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mercedes. Lair at third, Hoover at second, Dunston the runner at first. Melvin bats 1-1. They kick the delivery, a fastball to the outside corner for a second strike. It is 1-2. And Melvin, to this point, has not figured out Marty Hassenfuss's strike zone. He got caught looking back in the first inning and glanced back and at least questioned where the parameters were. So here is the 1-2 from Guance Pena, high and inside. He is a little bit scary. He either makes great pitches or, boy, when he is off, he has been at times way off, though he hasn't hit anyone yet. 2-2 to Melvin Mercedes with the bases loaded. The corners are playing up to throw to the plate, and there is a foul ball back into the net as the count continues at 2-2 strikes. Barring a double play, Dugan will get another chance at Guance Pena. Three runners on, just one out. Mercedes bats at 2-2, and the pitch is ball 3. That one close. The count is full to the Barnstormers' second baseman. One certainly has to wonder if Guance Pena is going to be able to last long enough to keep the DH. Here's the payoff. Mercedes will swing, and if a fly ball toward right center field, this will be deep enough. Cespedes back. He'll make the catch on the track. All three runners are going to tag, and all three are going to move ahead. Mercedes with the sacrifice fly to center. Cespedes was approaching the fence in right center when he made that catch. He was not in great position for the throw. Lair scores. Hoover takes third, and Dunston takes second. But now they have the opportunity to pitch around Dugan. First base is open, and you may not see much given to the Lebanon DH. Not an intentional walk here. Dugan already with 2 homers and 6 runs batted in the series. The pitch fired onto the outside corner for a called strike. It is 0-1, so they are pitching to him. Sometimes it works, sometimes it turns out to be a huge mistake. 4-2 Iron Masters, bottom of the second inning. Over at third, Dunston the runner at second. 0-1 to Dugan. He'll lock and load, lining it to center, but coming on to make the sliding catch is Cespedes, and then he loses his balance when he gets to his feet. Hard hit line drive by Dugan, but Cespedes denies the Barnstormers, or the Iron Masters, at least one more run, if not 2. 2 runs in the inning on 1 hit with no errors, 2 men left on base, and at the end of 2, Lebanon leads Staten Island by the score of 4-2.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Iron Masters 4 and Staten Island 2. We head to the top of the third inning. It will be Dilson Herrera leading off for the Ferry Hawks. He has one of the 3 hits off of De La Cruz, but the first experimental rule hit against the Barnstormers this year. De La Cruz will deliver. That's a strike to the inside corner. It's 0-1. And Oscar trying to get out of this rut that both pitchers are in of a shaky start to an inning. High and tight. That will send Herrera reeling backwards. 1-1 on the Staten Island DH. De La Cruz comes back, and this offering is popped up right side. Cordero crossing into foul ground is there for the catch. Herrera fouls out, 1 away. They'll bring on the second baseman, Angel Aguilar. He fouled to the catcher back in the first inning. Skies have not entirely cleared off here. It's still mostly cloudy, but for the time being anyway, the threat of additional rain seems to have dissipated. Top half of the third inning. And doesn't look like any more rain is going to happen anytime soon. Breaking ball swings outside and low on Aguilar. It is 1-0. This is a matchup that has not exactly been Barnstormer friendly. De La Cruz got him on a foul pop back in the first inning. There's a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. The night has not been quick for Oscar De La Cruz either, but he is in much better shape than his mound opponent, Hector Guance Pena, who's thrown the ball 60 times at least in the first 2 innings. Line drive pulled foul by Aguilar. The count goes to 1-2. Lair was deep and behind the bag there and might have been able to make a play on a fair ball as hard as that was hit. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on board. Playing the top of the third inning. And the pitch, fastball high and outside. Aguilar bats at 2-2. Right now it looks like we're good to go the rest of the night. Might be a little rain overnight. They may be forced to put the tarp on here. 2-2, fouled to the screen. And we have another lengthy at bat in the works in this game. And boy, have we had them. 61 pitches for Guance Pena through 2 innings. And De La Cruz now at 50. Fouled back. It will stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we have a fireworks curfew. It cannot be shot off after 10:55 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium by agreement with the city. Ball 3, a fastball high, 3-2. And that could be in jeopardy here tonight. The rain delay putting the game behind by 45 minutes. Still, you should be able to get one in. 3-2. Aguilar will pop it up foul. It'll come out of play again.
Another foul ball brought to you by Frisco's Chicken, home of Lancaster's favorite chicken.
There was certainly a discussion last night after the game. I was talking with Jeff Bianchi and Mark Johnson about the 3-hour, 40-minute length of last night's game because based on one simple formula, it should have been 3:25. There is ball 4 just low on Aguilar, and De La Cruz indicates by going down to his haunches that he does not agree. First walk given up by Oscar, and now he'll face the center fielder Ricardo Cespedes. 1 out, 1 on in the top of the third inning. Iron Masters 4, the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 2. Here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. But the simple formula to which I allude is 100 pitches per hour. It's kind of a standard. if the game is clipping along, pitchers are working quickly, you can get ahead of that. And if play is slow, you end up behind it. But somewhere last night, 15 minutes were lost with no injuries, no arguments on the field. There were some pitching changes within innings, and those will slow games down. 1 strike to Cespedes. De La Cruz comes back, and this is hit in the air, left center field. Gliding over is Dunston. He will be there for the grab. That is the second out. Joseph Reyes will step in with 2 outs, and Aguilar, the base runner, at first. 4-2, Iron Masters leading in the top half of the 3rd inning. After Lebanon won the series opener last night, 14-7. This is the second of 3. It will be concluded at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then the Lancaster Barnstormers will reemerge and head to York for the 4th of July on Monday for a 4:30 game. 2 outs, Reyes the batter. Again, all his hits have been for extra bases, so you've got to be a little bit careful. De La Cruz pulls his foot and sends Aguilar a very short distance back to first base. There's a quicker throw now, and again, Aguilar is back. He has 2 steals in 3 tries. Not one of the bigger base stealers on this club, but he did swipe 3rd at one point last night. Here's the delivery, and it's ball 1, inside and low on Joseph Reyes. A lot of baseball coming up here at Clipper Magazine Stadium these next 6 weeks. And then after this stretch, as De La Cruz misses with ball 2, the Barnstormers will play 21 out of 24 on the road. The only ballpark they'll see twice will be Appalachian Power Park in Charleston, West Virginia. But in that span, they will also be in York, Staten Island, Long Island, Southern Maryland, and High Point. To Reyes, a swing and a miss. He got tied up on a fastball around the inside corner and up. 2-1 to the left-handed batting first baseman. He was in the game as the DH last night and did not get to continue as Eddie Reynoso was forced out in the 4th inning. He was 0 for 2. Liner foul into the seats deep down the third base side. De La Cruz is now even with Reyes with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reyes relatively new to this Staten Island ball club. Here comes the 2-2 runner goes, pitch is high, Shaver's throw is low and handled by Hoover miraculously, but not in time to get the tag on Aguilar. A steal of second, and the count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes on the left-handed Joseph Reyes. Shaver had what seemed to be a decent pitch to handle, but he had to rush the throw. He skipped it, and not only was it low, but it was also to the right side of second base. Hoover kept it from getting into center. Now to Reyes, here's the payoff pitch, and De La Cruz walks him. 2 runners are on, and that will bring on, we believe, Andres Noriega.
Catcher Andres Noriega.
He was hit by a pitch and scored back in the 2nd inning. De La Cruz running up the pitches here in the 3rd. The runner at second, Aguilar. Reyes now on at first. Noriega stands in. De La Cruz to the set. He'll deal and miss outside. It is ball 1 on the fastball. And Mark Johnson right on the top step of the dugout. It may not be too long before he heads out there. The Atlantic League does have a rule that you are allowed only 3 mound visits per game, and that can include the catcher. It's not just the coaching staff coming out of the dugout. Catchers can go out, but it has to be brief and about signs. 1-0 to Andres Noriega, the catcher. 207 hitter to start the night. De La Cruz with the 1-0, pours it in, strike taken. The count evens at 1 each. We're actually slightly ahead of schedule in this game if you go by that 100 pitch an hour formula. 1-1, runners bluff, don't go. Noriega swats a foul off to the right, headed for my car. 1-2. I have been hit here. The Sugarland Skeeters, I believe it was, got me a few years ago. It was a game against Sugarland. I can't say for sure that it was a Sugarland batter and not one of ours. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Noriega. The runners lead. They'll stay put. And this is skied down the right side also. Robinson giving chase into foul territory, as is Mercedes and Dugan. Nobody can, Cordero rather, not Dugan. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Andres Noriega. Top of the 3rd inning. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. We have seen 5 walks, a hit batter, and a wild pitch already tonight, and a whole lot of 2-strike foul balls. 1-2 coming. Noriega starts the bat. He went too far, says Hasenfuss, the plate umpire. And for De La Cruz, that is his 2nd strikeout. And Oscar able to get through a long inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 are stranded. We will go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. The Iron Masters continuing to lead the Ferry Hawks by the score of 4-2.
You can get Kelly Dugan's jersey. You can get my buddy Anthony Peroni's jersey. You can get
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
For the Iron Masters, it will be Andretti Cordero, Ladarius Clark, and Colton Shaver stepping in the lower half of the 3rd inning. Again, in case you're just tuning in tonight, we had a 45-minute rain delay before the first pitch could be thrown. It wasn't apparent we were going to have a rain delay. The national anthem had been sung. The Iron Masters had taken the field. Now to Cordero. A slow breaking ball to start the inning. It's up for a ball, 1-0. Cordero, a strikeout victim, back in the 1st inning. He opened the night batting .301. Little flare out toward the right side, and that's going to get in for a base hit, dropping in front of Monhe. Cordero, good for a base hit or two just about every game. As the runner at first with nobody out, Ladarius Clark will come to the plate. When the rains started to fall, Oscar De La Cruz was in the middle of his warm-up throws for the top of the first inning. It was not evident that we were going to get hit by that storm. It just sort of blew in here. It expanded ever so slightly. We got hit by the edge of it. Cordero, the runner. Here's the pitch to Clark. Ladarius has to jump out of the way. It is ball 1-0. Iron Masters up by 2, 4-2 ball game. Third straight inning that Lebanon has had the leadoff man on. Infield sets, double play depth. That runner scored in each of the last 2 innings. Fastball for a strike to Clark. It is now 1-1. On deck is catcher Colton Shaver. Man who grew up in Mississippi, to be followed by a man who grew up in Utah. 1-1 pitch is fouled to the backstop for a second strike. It is 1-2. The guy on base grew up in the Dominican Republic. Baseball enjoyed pretty much around the world now. Professional leagues in Israel and in various countries in Europe. Of course, huge in Latin America, huge in the Pacific Rim. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Clark. The pitch, he doesn't reach. Ball 2 is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cordero on at first base with the single. Andretti does not walk a lot, but he piles up the base hits. He leads the league, or at least did coming into tonight. 2-2, look out, Ladarius. High and inside is Guance Pena, 3-2. It amazes me that he hasn't hit anyone. He has thrown a wild pitch over the helmet of Trace Lair. He's come close a couple of other times. 3-2. Cordero is going to take off. The pitch to Clark is sent soaring skyward and deep to center field. Cespedes going back, all the way back, and the walls will not contain it. A 2-run home run just to the right of the batter's eye for Ladarius Clark. His 13th home run of the year. He gives the Iron Masters a 6-2 lead. Clark with tremendous power, he gave that a ride to one of the fatter parts of the stadium. Just to the right of the batter's eye. Second night in a row that Clark has homered here. Colton Shaver will step in. He walked and scored back in the second inning. The only thing that had a chance to keep that thing in the stadium was the fact that it was hit tremendously high. Had there been any kind of wind blowing in, it would have knocked it down, but there isn't. No wind at all. And that carried all the way out. And now a pitch over the head of Colton Shaver, and the plate umpire, Marty Hassenfuss, is going to issue warnings to both dugouts here. 1 ball and no strikes. Edgardo Alfonso is going to come out and complain about that decision. You've got 2 starting pitchers tonight who have been wild, but after the 2-run homer, Guance Pena's next pitch sails over the head of Colton Shaver. Alfonso wanting an explanation from Hassenfuss why now, but that's been a little bit scary. You have those pitchers, and Guance Pena, I think, falls in that category that they've got great live arms, but they're not always under control, and it does get a little bit scary. Shaver able to get out of the way. I don't think even he had to die. I think it was just straight over the helmet. And now both sides run the risk of losing a starting pitcher here tonight. 6-2 Ironmasters. Shaver bats at 1-0. And the next offering is dealt for a strike. Guance Pena working against Shaver at 1-1. Robinson and Lair will also bat here in the lower half of the third inning. Here's a 1-1. Swinging a foul at the plate, making it a second strike. It's 1-2. So since the warnings, Guance Pena has gone to a couple of off-speed pitches, and both have been strikes. Well, the Ironmasters may see a lot more of that and the fewer fastballs. It's the fastballs that Guance Pena has really struggled to keep under wraps. He's up around 96 miles per hour. But oftentimes off target. To Shaver, ground ball off the mound and to the shortstop Reyes. Easy throw across the diamond, although it had Joseph Reyes slightly off balance. The out goes 6-3. Shaver becomes the first out in the bottom of the third. Trayvon Robinson will step in. He struck out his first time up. Checking the Atlantic League scoreboard here tonight with the other action going on around the league. It is 8-0 Gastonia over Lexington in the bottom of the fifth. Charleston leads Wild Health 2-0 through 5. Into the dirt for a ball. And to Robinson, it is 1-0. Southern Maryland up over High Point 6-2. Play is in the top of the seventh. And Long Island 5-4 over York through 6 innings at Fairfield Properties Ballpark up in Central Islip. To Robinson, here's the 1-0. Trayvon lurches and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Oh, after the home run and that very errant pitch to Shaver, Guance Pena has settled down into maybe the best rhythm he has found so far tonight. Here's the 1-1. Robinson will chase that in the dirt. It is 1-2. Lair waiting on deck. 6-2 Ironmasters, bottom of the third inning. And home runs again tonight by Dugan and Clark. Second straight night, they have both connected. Clark has maybe the most power to the opposite field that the Barnstormers have ever had. He's a great fit here. Fastball is strike 3 on the outside corner. Robinson goes down looking. And that is number 5 for Guance Pena. It will bring on Lair, who has walked and scored in his one previous plate appearance. He came home on the sacrifice fly by Mercedes. To Lair with 2 outs and the bases empty. That is a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Two outs with the bases clear. Guance Pena back into the motion. Down and in on Trace for a 1 ball and 1 strike count. The Ironmasters have scored 2 runs in each inning so far. Club with 3 extra base hits. Lair goes after that, a swing and a miss, and now it's a ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander has the signal from Noriega. Here's the pitch, and that does not tickle the outside corner on the changeup. 2-2. The count to Lair. 80 pitches thrown by Guance Pena, and he is not, as of yet, through the third inning. He peers in, has the signal. Lair will look at ball 3 wide of the plate. The count is full, 3-2. Lair is the 17th batter sent to the plate by Lebanon so far tonight. Here comes the payoff. And he is outside with that. Lair picks up yet another walk. Seemingly all he's been doing lately. That brings on Hoover. Jake with an RBI double back in the second inning. That put the Iron Masters back ahead at 3-2. Ponce Pena's allowed 5 hits, 4 walks. He has 5 strikeouts. It has been a long and very much up and down night for him. Lair takes the lead from first. And to Hoover now, down and away. Ball 1-0. Ponce Pena was the first man taken in the draft from the prospect dugout Atlantic League tryout camp back in March down in Lakeland, Florida. It took a while for him to be activated. To Hoover, fastball is away, 2-0. Dunstan's on deck. Sean's been a base runner twice tonight. Two balls, no strikes to Hoover. There's still no one throwing in the Staten Island bullpen. So they're going to ride Guance Pena as long as they can. They went to 4 different relievers last night. Hoover awaits the 2-0. Guance Pena to the plate. Jake steps away and looks at ball 3. Well, the indication was he was going to take the entire time there. Three balls, no strikes from Guance Pena to Jake Hoover as we play the bottom of the third at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Lair is going to take off. The 3-0 pitch is a called strike. The throw to second is not in time. Trace Lair saw an opening. He steals his 4th. Jake Hoover bats at 3-1 and a chance to drive in his 2nd run of the night. 3rd stolen base for the Iron Masters in the game. Dunston the other 2. The set by Guance Pena, 3-1. Hoover swings and he hits one well to center field. Cespedes is back turned to the plate. Cespedes sliding against the outfield wall on the warning track. He makes the catch, a wonderful play. Turned in against Jake Hoover to rob him of another extra base hit. What a marvelous catch by Ricardo Cespedes to bring the bottom half of the 3rd inning to a close for the Iron Masters. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Quite a swing by Jake Hoover, but he's robbed by Cespedes, and we will go to the top of the 4th. The score, Lebanon 6 and Staten Island 2.
Sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Through 3 innings, the Iron Masters have 6 runs on 5 hits with no errors, 3 left. And Staten Island 2 runs on 3 hits with no errors, 4 runners left on base. Javier Betancourt, the third baseman, will lead off here in the 4th inning against Oscar De La Cruz. De La Cruz has given up a couple of walks. He has 2 strikeouts. He's hit a batter. 3 hits and 2 runs allowed. The wind in the first pitch this inning is taken by Betancourt for a strike. It is 0-1. First time up, Betancourt grounded out slowly to the third baseman Trace Lair, who made a nice dig coming in. Popped up, third base side, or first base side, I should say. Back on it goes Cordero for the catch, easy play. Second inning in a row that the leadoff batter has popped out to Andretti. We have 1 gone, and the batter will be right fielder Joseph Monhay, who has singled and driven in a run. Ground ball up the middle past the lunging shortstop Jake Hoover back in the 2nd inning. 1 out, nobody on base here at the outset of the 4th. De La Cruz into his motion, and he will miss the inside corner on Monhay as we go to 1-0. Take a look at the updated Major League scoreboard here in a moment. Bouncer off of De La Cruz's glove. Mercedes will smother it, but he can't get off a throw against the speedy Monhay. And the runner is on with 1 out in the 4th inning. De La Cruz reacted to that. If he lets it go, it's an easy out. But he tipped it away from Mercedes. Melvin made the diving stop, and against a lot of hitters, he's going to still be able to get the out there, but Monhay, one of the faster players in the league, and he becomes the 1-out base runner in the top of the 4th inning for the shortstop Alfredo Reyes, who grounded out his first time up. The pitch is driven foul to the right and out of play. It is 0-1. In the big leagues, the New York Yankees trying to sweep a doubleheader from the Cleveland Guardians, 13-4, the victory in Game 1. And the Yankees are up 6-1 in the bottom of the 8th, Game 2. Tampa Bay treating Toronto the same way. 6-2, a win in the opener for the Rays. They're up 11-5 going into the Blue Jays half of the 9th inning. Fly ball pulled to left. Hustling over is Clark, and that ball will drop in foul territory untouched. Second strike on Alfredo Reyes. Minnesota won it in the bottom of the 9th at home against the Orioles, 4-3. St. Louis able to outlast the Phillies thanks to that blistering start. 7-6, the St. Louis win. White Sox over San Francisco 5-3. Miami the same score over Washington. Pittsburgh held off Milwaukee 7-4. The Astros bounced the Angels 9-1. Detroit 4-3 over Kansas City. Seattle slips past Oakland by the score of 2-1. Texas beat the Mets 7-3. Time called. Reyes will step back out. Atlanta 4-1 over Cincinnati. The Cubs up 2-0 over Boston in the bottom half of the 5th. Here's the 0-2 ground ball shortstop. Hoover down to a knee. They'll get the out at second. Mercedes quickly back to first. Not in time. The ball is slowing down, and Hoover waited on that. Made sure of the out at second, but took a little too long to develop, and Reyes is aboard at first with 2 outs. The batter will be the left fielder Antoine Duplantis, who has homered and grounded out 3 unassisted. Duplantis from the land of the gumbo, the crawfish boils, and all that other delightful Louisiana food. Making myself hungry here. Breaking ball over but low from De La Cruz, and Duplantis bats at 1-0. Dodgers lead San Diego tonight 5-0 in the 5th inning. Arizona and Colorado not yet started. 1 ball, no strikes to Duplantis. 6-2 Iron Masters here with 2 outs and a runner on the 4th. There goes the runner. The pitch taken by Shaver. The throw down and out at second base is Reyes, thrown out for the 3rd time this year. Colton Shaver nails him. The out will go 2-6 on the play. Duplantis will lead off the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody stranded in the Staten Island 4th through 3.5. The Iron Masters are up by the score of 6-2.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
The Iron Masters step in the bottom half of the 4th inning with the top of the order, Dunston, Mercedes, and Dugan. Dunston did not get to bat in the 3rd inning because of an incredible play in center by Ricardo Cespedes, taking probably a triple away from Jake Hoover that would have driven in another run and extended that 3rd inning. How long will Guance Pena stay in? He's thrown 88 pitches over the first 3 innings. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, 5 hits, 6 runs. Dunston has singled and walked. He has a couple of stolen bases. He has scored a run. He'll take a strike to the inside corner here. It is 0-1. Right-hander comes back. It's in the dirt. And to Sean now, a ball and a strike. Cespedes and Monhay have switched spots since we played the Ferry Hawks last month. Fastball high and outside, 2-1. Cespedes is a marvelous outfielder. And not a cleanup hitter, which is where Edgardo Alfonso has him now by necessity, but I think you put Cespedes somewhere around 2 in the order. He could be very good. Ground ball off the foot of Guance Pena. He'll recover toward the first base side, and underhand to Reyes covering, 1 out. Dunston retired for the first time tonight. And here is Mercedes, who has struck out and also picked up his 29th run batting of the season on a sacrifice fly. Gorgeous sunset late in the dusk period tonight, but we've got multiple shades of pink and purple now appearing here toward left center and even towards center field. The angle of the sunset will fade off toward the left field foul pole as we get later into this season. Here's a pitch to Mercedes, high and outside, 1-0. Dugan on deck. Kelly has smoked the ball twice tonight, but Cespedes made a really nice play against him back in the second inning, closing that out. Word to the wise, don't hit the ball to center. Taken for a strike by Mercedes, it is 1-1. Cespedes is an exciting player, but again, not a cleanup guy at all. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Guance Pena low, and it is ball 2 and a strike to Melvin Mercedes. There is right-handed action in the bullpen for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Iron Masters leading here 6-2 with 1 out, nobody on. To Mercedes, the 2-1 pitch skips up there. Ball 3 and a strike. Just the lower half of the fourth. Again, we had a rain delay for 45 minutes before anything got started here this evening. We know that Hawkins hasn't done anything tonight because Lexington is being shut out. That is a strike to Mercedes. The count fills 3-2. Fastball got the very top of the zone. And Carlos Franco is 0 for 2. So Dugan with his 23rd, now tied for the league lead in home runs. Pay off the Mercedes, slap foul up toward the concourse on the third base side, and that's exactly why you always have to pay attention, even if you're headed for an ice cream. Three and 2, the count to the second baseman. Guance Pena deals, and that's pulled foul past first. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nelly Rodriguez has a home run for the Revs tonight, and De Aza has connected for the Ducks. Time called. Mercedes will back away. Gabriel Moya has signed with the Genomes. Here's a payoff. Mercedes goes for it and misses. Guance Pena strikes out his 6th. Dugan will step in. He is homered off the 10th in right field, and he has lined to center. And he may have hit the second one harder than he hit the first. It stayed up just long enough for Cespedes to race in and make the catch. Runners were at second and third at the time. And to Dugan here, ground ball on the right side, off the glove of the first baseman Reyes. He'll recover and throw and get it to Guance Pena in time. So the right-hander is able to work a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom half of the fourth. Nothing going on for the Iron Masters, and at the end of 4 tonight, the score is still Lebanon 6 and Staten Island 2.
Where dedication is a tradition, a helping hand in a time of need.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer and Lum Funeral Home. Why should you pre-plan your funeral? Pre-planning relieves your family from future financial responsibility and eliminates overspending. It also lets your wishes be known, allowing you the chance to personalize your funeral, making it a celebration of your life. Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
We have arrived at the 5th inning, and it will be Antoine Duplantis leading off for Staten Island. He is homered and grounded out to first. He was batting when Alfredo Reyes was gunned down trying to steal. That ended the top of the 4th inning, and then the Ironmasters went down very quickly in the bottom of the 4th. It does not look like it's going to keep Guance Pena in the game, though, as there is still right-handed action along the left field line for the Ferry Hawks. First pitch, breaking ball for a strike on Duplantis. It is 0-1 here. Dilson Herrera, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Next delivery popped up behind shortstop. Backpedaling is Hoover. He signals the ball is his, and he snatches it emphatically out of the sky for out number 1. Bringing on Dilson Herrera. Herrera has singled, put that in quotation marks, and he is fouled to first. He reached on a missed pitch back in the 1st inning, an experimental rule base hit, the first one we have seen against our club this year. Ladarius Clark did it twice to York on opening night. Breaking ball for a strike on the outside corner to Herrera. It is 0-1. And it caught everybody by surprise, but Herrera gladly taking the MLB and Atlantic League offer. Breaking ball again, it's 0-2. So he's had an inside the park home run and an experimental rule hit in the first 2 games of this series. 0-2, a check swing. He did not go, says the first base umpire, Jason Smith. Ball 1, 2 strikes to Dilson Herrera, who has yet to see a fastball this go around from Oscar De La Cruz. We have 1 out, top of the 5th. The Iron Masters with the 6-2 lead here tonight. Here's the wind. Oscar to the plate. There's a fastball, and there is strike 3 called. Strikeout number 3 for De La Cruz tonight. He was averaging slightly better than 1 an inning coming into tonight's contest, and now a little bit below 1 an inning. He had a 10 strikeout performance against the first half champion Southern Maryland Blue Crabs a couple of weekends ago. 10 strikeouts in 5 innings. He struck out 7 of the first 10 batters he faced that night. Here is his nemesis, though, Aguilar. Tonight, Aguilar has fouled out and walked. The ball is low. 1 ball and nothing to count. Well, Kelly Dugan's stay in the game will be maintained with 1 more out from De La Cruz. Otherwise, Ross Peoples would have to contemplate his options. Ball 2 is outside and low on Aguilar. It's 2-0. Cespedes waits on deck. Boy, I love watching him play in the outfield. He is magnificent. Two balls, no strikes to Aguilar, who's homered twice this year off De La Cruz and 4 times overall against the Barnstormers. Here, a ground ball to the shortstop, picked by Hoover. And he locates the glove of Cordero. 1-2-3 inning for De La Cruz. Matter of fact, the last 2 innings for Oscar have gone by in a blink. We're halfway through regulation now, 4.5 in the books. With the score, the Iron Masters 6 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 2.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
I have a story to tell. It's the most important story of my life because it's about the love of my life, my husband. I'll tell you about the time he returned a hero and brought other soldiers back as well. I'll tell you about a man who brought honor to a nation and pride to our family. I do this not only to respect my husband's memory, but so that others remember their time with him.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. Staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17th. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Guance Pena will stay out for the 5th inning after all. He's thrown 101 pitches in the first 4 innings of the ball game tonight. De La Cruz has slowed down the pace of his pitches. He has thrown 84. Ross Peoples having a chat with, I believe that was Machete. Luis Rodriguez, so good to see him again. The hitting coach for this Staten Island ball club. He lives in Binghamton, New York, came up through the Mets organization, and then spent a lot of time in the Atlantic League. He played for Butch in Nashua, then went to Bridgeport, eventually took over the reins of the Bluefish. And we've missed having him around the last few years. Andretti Cordero will lead off here in the bottom of the 5th for the Iron Masters, who lead by 4. Cordero has struck out and he has singled and scored a run. Here's the motion. The right-hander will deliver. Cordero jammed, pops this up behind shortstop. No one's going to get there. It is in for a base hit. Cordero, a very strong fellow. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he simply got that off the knuckles and muscled it past Alfredo Reyes. The outfielders Cespedes and Duplantis were backaways and could not sprint in and make the catch. We've seen Cespedes do quite a bit tonight, but not humanly possible to get that one. Ladarius Clark is scheduled for the Barnstormers, and I know Ricardo Cespedes may play deep and over toward right center, but it was to the extreme. I thought he was kidding, but it turned out that an object, perhaps a ball, got loose from the backyard, and he was heading over to scoop that one up off the warning track. Now to Clark. Breaking ball is high and inside. It is 1-0. Ladarius struck out his first time up and thundered a home run toward the backyard, toward what looks like the capsule out there, just to the right of the batter's eye. The last time up was 13th of the year. Check swing and a ball ticked foul as we go to 1 ball and 1 strike. Cordero, the base runner, here in the 5th inning. Infield set, double play depth. Cordero out to a lead. He's going to stay put. Clark will see ball 2 come in low. 2 balls and a strike. Clark very possibly could join our list of 2020 players in franchise history. Zawadski, Galen, Taylor. Here's a 2-1, swing and a miss. He went for broke there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Clark. 6-2 Iron Masters leading, bottom of the 5th inning. Home runs by Dugan and Clark in this game, each with a man aboard. An RBI double by Jake Hoover and nearly a second one. He got robbed badly back in the 3rd inning. To Clark, 2-2 pitch, driven down the right field line, but that has sliced to it and it ends up in the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes continuing. You talk to some of the other managers around this league, and they agree with me on one front in terms of just tools, Ladarius Clark may be the most talented player in this league. Here's a 2-2, swing and a miss. He's out on strikes for the second time tonight. That's 7 for Guance Pena. Here is Shaver, who has walked and grounded a short. Guance Pena all of a sudden has settled down. He has since the Clark home run back in the third inning. He's retired 7 of 9, and he's been quite a bit more conservative in terms of the number of pitches he's throwing. Cordero, the runner at first, now with 1 out as Shaver comes to the plate. And the infielders look for the double play ground ball. Colton looks at a strike on a fastball. It is 0-1. 6-2 Iron Masters, bottom of the 5th inning. Nearly 2 hours have passed since we saw the first pitch of tonight's game, and that was after a 45-minute rain delay. So we're running quite a bit late. Shaver pulls the ground ball to short. Reyes will go down to a knee. That's an out at second. Back to first is Aguilar, and the tag is applied to Shaver. So the Staten Island Ferry Hawks have kept the designated hitter as well. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left at the end of 5 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It is the Lebanon Iron Masters 6 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 2.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Oscar De La Cruz remains on the hill in the top half of the 6th inning. The Iron Masters righty operating on a 4-hitter at the moment. Half the hits belong to Joseph Monhay, who was 0 for 18 coming into tonight in the season series. Staten Island is 4-3 against the Barnstormer Iron Master crew, despite the fact that the locals have outscored Staten Island substantially now, 41-30 in the season series, but that's the nature of the beast for this club here at Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2022. First pitch to Ricardo Cespedes, hit lightly up the first base line. De La Cruz is on it. He'll feed Cordero. And there is 1 out. 5 in a row set down by Oscar De La Cruz. Joseph Reyes, the first baseman, will come to the plate. He has struck out and walked. Officially 0 for 1 tonight. The Iron Masters with 6 hits in 5 innings against Guance Pena, and there is still right-handed action in the Staten Island pen, but he's been up before. Reyes is going to show bunt and take a strike. It is 0-1. if he had planned to bunt there, which I don't think he was, he tipped his hand way too early. 0-1. De La Cruz at the pitch down around the ankles. Back foot slider taken for a ball. Reyes at 1-1. Noriega, the catcher, waits on deck. Lebanon leading 6-2 here in the 6th inning. And again, De La Cruz is low and pretty much inside also. 2 balls and 1 strike. And Colton Shaver, or more Marty Hassenfuss, the plate umpire, got ticked by that last pitch. Now, not up around the mask. Anya Holmberg, the Barnstormers trainer, who, as the home trainer, is also in charge of any medical needs for the umpires, out to check in on Hassenfuss. And Ross Peoples comes out there as well to check in, but he says the effects have cleared and he's good enough to go here. 2 balls and a strike. The folks here on Prince Street give Hassenfuss a nice, kind round of applause as he is back and ready to go. 2 balls, 1 strike to Joseph Reyes, batting with 1 out in the 6th. De La Cruz will fire and jam him. It's popped up foul and out of play. 2-2 on Reyes. De La Cruz through quality starts in his first 2 starts, 1 against York, 1 against Staten Island, and none since. The last 4 starts have been a little bit shaky. The ERA up around 9. Fastball, strike 3 called on the inside corner. For Oscar, that is number 4 on the night. With 2 outs, here is the catcher Noriega, who's been hit by a pitch, and he has also gone down swinging. Lebanon 6, Staten Island 2. 6th inning of play tonight. De La Cruz will wind, and his breaking ball is back to the inside corner. Strike 1 called. Nobody throwing in the Lebanon bullpen. It's De La Cruz out there for a while now. Ball outside. He stumbled off balance on the follow-through. 1-1. De La Cruz still has a little bit more pop on the fastball, judging by the stadium gun, than Guance Pena does. This is taken to right field. Fading over on it, Robinson. He'll make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. Nothing across for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. De La Cruz with the quality start intact, and we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Lebanon leading Staten Island by the score of 6-2.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Nick Carroll comes in to pitch the bottom half of the 6th inning, and it's my understanding that he made a start for Staten Island back on Thursday. So he is out there. He's been part of the rotation, and initially I was told he was going to start the Friday night game, last night's game, but that was back on Wednesday. Carroll 0-3. 6.96 ERA. He's made 7 starts. This is first time out of the bullpen for Staten Island. That is if we are reading the jersey numbers correctly. And that is, I do believe, Nick Carroll on the hill. Trayvon Robinson, Trace Lair, and Jake Hoover, the scheduled hitters for the Iron Masters in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Gonna have a quick chat at the mound between Noriega and Carroll. Right-hander, 5'10", 200-pounder from Billings, Montana. And he is 28 years of age. Carroll started against Lancaster back on May 31. Threw a quality start, 7 hits, 3 runs in 6 innings. Was not involved in the decision. Slapped fair past the third base bag by Trayvon Robinson on the first pitch of the inning. It's being chased into the corner by Duplantis. Robinson is going to explode around second. He's on the way to third, and he'll beat the throw. Ball got tangled up down there in the left field corner. There can be some ground rule doubles, but we don't see that indication, and Robinson is in at third with the leadoff triple. Trace Lair will come to the plate. He has walked twice in the game. Juanse Pena worked 5. He gives up 6 hits and 6 runs, all earned with 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. He threw a wild pitch. The infielders will play in for Staten Island. Robinson up the line from third. Lair pops up the first pitch. With the infielders drawn in, this is a trickier play. Back on it goes the shortstop Reyes. The ball hit high enough for him to retreat. Lair unable to pick up Robinson from third. Jake Hoover will come to the plate. Hoover has put a charge into 2 balls tonight. He has an RBI double and a sensational catch made against him by the center fielder Cespedes on a ball hit to the base of the batter's eye, 400 feet from home plate. The infielders will remain up here. Robinson at third with 1 out, and Hoover will take a breaking ball to the outside corner for a strike. It is 0-1. Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. Carroll also pitched against the Barnstormers here June the 7th as he delivers a breaking ball to Hoover, and it's now 1-1. He gave up 6 hits and 4 runs in that game. Staten Island won it 6-4. Well, he hasn't factored in the decision in either one of his starts. And the 1-1, Hoover with a sky-high fly ball out of play down the right field line. And Carroll has him set up now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Iron Masters getting the leadoff triple here in this 6th inning from Robinson, and they haven't been able to do anything with it. Trayvon toying with Betancourt over at third. The master of mirth, Trayvon Robinson. He is one fun guy to be around. 1-2, Carroll to Hoover. Ball 2 is low, pounced on by Noriega. The count is drawn out. Lebanon leading 6-2. The Iron Masters scoring a pair of runs in each of the first 3 innings. Again, Robinson up the line from third. And to Hoover, breaking ball, and that's the second strike. I thought they called the first pitch a strike, apparently not. So it's 3-2. I was wondering why Jake was being so selective there. There is action in the Lebanon bullpen, it appears. At least somebody's up and around down there. 3-2 is high. Hoover will take the walk, and Dunston will come to the plate. Dunston 1 for 2 with a couple of stolen bases and a run scored. There's a very good chance that Hoover is going to be on the move here. He has 9 stolen bases in 10 tries, and the only thing that would take away Hoover stealing a base here is if that knee is still a little bit shaky. But my understanding is that it's fine, and this would be a perfect time to try and swipe a base. The Iron Masters have already grabbed 3 tonight, Dunston with 2, Lair the other. Runners are at the corners, and Staten Island is going to keep the infielders in. They don't think they can turn 2 against Dunston. And now check that because they fade back. The pitch from Carroll bounced and a good backhanded stop made. Ball 1, no strikes. It's been a nice night for Jake Hoover at the plate. As a rule, the Iron Masters having a decent night batting. Only Mercedes has been kept off the bases to this point, and he has a sac fly. 1-0 on Dunston. There's a right-handed up in the Iron Masters bullpen, but I haven't seen him throw quite yet. And now he is, and I believe that's Josh Graham, who was activated today, bringing the club to 27. The runner goes. The throw down is not in time to get Hoover. He exploded into second as Reyes tried to apply the tag. So my projection was correct. Hoover in with his 10th stolen base of the year. It's the Iron Masters' 4th of the game. And the infielders will come back in. Sean Dunston Jr. with a chance now to drive in 2 and extend the Lebanon lead. The Carroll pitch drops low. Mercedes waiting on deck. He has not batted with the bases loaded until tonight. He's already had 1 crack at it and delivered the sac fly back in the second inning. 3-0 pitch. Dunston will take the walk. He's on for the 3rd time in the game. The Iron Masters have picked up their 6th walk, and here comes Mercedes. 2 strikeouts and a sac fly so far for the Barnstormers' second baseman, a guy who typically does not strike out very often, but he went down looking in the 1st and then swinging in the 4th against the starter Guance Pena. Carroll has given up a triple and now 2 walks here in the lower half of the 6th inning. Mercedes bats with the bases full. Carroll will deliver, and he is high. It is ball 1, 1-0. The next is a fastball in too close. It's 2-0 on Melvin. Dugan waits on deck. Kelly's hit the ball hard twice tonight. The last time up, a more routine ground out to first. 1 out of 3. The big 2-run homer back in the 1st inning. Mercedes bats 2-0. Carroll is on the outside corner. And we go to 2-1. Iron Masters leading 6-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Then a chance to blow this one open here with the bases loaded, 1 out. 2 balls, 1 strike to Mercedes. That is driven out to left. In place is Duplantis. He'll make the catch. Here is Robinson tagging. He will score. A throw goes to third, and they will double up Jake Hoover on the back end of that. The run does count. It will be the second sacrifice fly of the night for Melvin Mercedes. So tack on a run for the Iron Masters before Hoover is thrown out at third. It's 1 run on 1 hit with no errors. And as it turns out, just 1 runner left on base. We are through 6 at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and Lebanon has the lead by the score of 7-2.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Well, the Barnstormers and Iron Masters have gotten Scott Schumann back, and today Josh Graham was reactivated. So the back end of the bullpen will spend the next few days reacclimating, and then we should, by the time the second half gets going, have Graham for the 8th inning and Schumann for the 9th, and that is just going to help stabilize this ball club. Graham went down with an Achilles issue. He has not pitched since the 9th of June. This will be his 21st game. He is 1-1 with 5 saves for the Barnstormers and Iron Masters here on the season. And a brilliant earned run average for Josh Graham of 1.17, 23 innings, 16 hits, 3 earned runs. He's allowed a lot of unearned runs. He's walked 10 and struck out 29, but just 1 walk in his last 15 and a third innings. The Iron Masters tonight, 7 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 5 runners left on base. Make that 4. And 2 runs on 4 hits with no errors. And 4 left also by Staten Island. Fastball high and inside on Javier Betancourt, who's 0 for 2. Ball 1 and no strikes from Graham. And that first pitch in 3.5 weeks had some pretty good zip to it. 1 ball, no strikes. The hitter being played to the opposite field. Again, a fastball as he's just trying to air it out, and the count is 1-1. Graham's out pitch is a filthy changeup. 1-1 on Betancourt. Josh's next pitch, there's the slider swinging a foul. It's 1-2, and that one took a chunk out of Colton Shaver. He's a little bit slow getting up and may need some assistance from Anya Holmberg. Don't see her out there yet. If you haven't seen the piece yet that I did on Colton and Anthony Peroni about catching, why do you do it, when did you start, so on and so forth, Peroni said, you got to tough it out back there. You got to be tough. And Colton said, you never get used to it, but you try to make something fun out of it. Like every bruise somehow means something special, and you laugh about the situation. 1-2. Graham to Betancourt, and that ball is hit well out to left field. Sprinting back is Clark. He'll square up and make the catch for out number 1. Josh Graham retiring the leadoff batter here in the 7th inning. Oscar De La Cruz had set down the last 7 that he faced. Quality start for Oscar tonight. 4 hits and 2 runs over 6 innings of work. He walked 2, both in the same inning, hit 1, and struck out 4. De La Cruz in line for the win here tonight. 1 out, and here is Joseph Monhay, who's 2 out of 2 with a run batted in tonight. He has a stolen base. Graham into the wind. The pitch is lifted to center. Backpedaling is Dunston. He is there for out number 2. And the shortstop Alfredo Reyes will come to the plate. Reyes has not hit a whole lot. He has a couple of doubles, a couple of triples. He is now 9 out of 12 stealing, so he's tough if he gets on base. I like this guy's glove. A very smooth shortstop. Graham's pitch is right there. He started him off speed. It's 0-1. 7-2, Iron Masters leading. Top half of the 7th inning. Following a 45-minute rain delay here tonight. Series concludes tomorrow. Swing and a miss the slider. It's 0-2. 1 o'clock tomorrow. And again, David Martinez, a newcomer, will take the hill for the Ferry Hawks, and the Iron Masters will go with Niall Ball. 0-2 pitch. Oh, he got him. Swing and a miss. 3 straight pitches. Graham is back. Schumann is back. And that bodes well for the second half. Nothing across in the top of inning 7. Time for the stretch at Clipper Magazine Stadium, with the Iron Masters leading by the score of 7-2.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water, or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer & Lum Funeral Home. Personalizing your funeral has never been easier. Whatever people remember you by, whether it's an apron, a special chair, even your motorcycle. If it fits through our doors, it can be part of the service. Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory. We're here because we care.
We are in the bottom of the 7th inning. Kelly Dugan will be leading things off. He'll be followed by Andretti Cordero and Ladarius Clark. 7-2 in favor of the Iron Masters. Dugan is 1 for 3, hit a 2-run homer back in the first inning. Well, let's check in on those other games Franco is now 0 for 3. So he has stayed at 22. And Lexington has 6 runs on the board now. So we've got to check on Courtney Hawkins. And Hawkins 0 for 3, and he's out of the game tonight. So Dugan is tied for the league home run lead at 23. He's within 4 of Franco's league RBI lead. Fastball for a strike. And Dugan bats 1-1 against Carroll, who gave up a run last inning. Surprised that Hoover was thrown out trying to go to third. A check swing, he didn't go, says Bill Reuter over at third. Dugan has the edge at 2-1. I mentioned Ozzie Canseco earlier, the single season home run record holder in the Atlantic League. He hit 48 for the Newark Bears back in 2000. It just so happens today is Ozzie's birthday. High fly ball behind second base, and it is the shortstop Reyes going back there for the catch. Dugan's retired. We have 1 out in the 7th, and Cordero will come to the plate at 2 for 3. And coincidentally, not so coincidentally, it's Jose Canseco's 58th birthday as well. They're identical twins. Ozzie didn't have quite the stellar major league career that Jose did. He also never had a ball bounce off his head and out of the ballpark. To Cordero, Carroll gets it across for a called strike. It is 0-1 with Clark waiting on deck. 7-2, Iron Masters ahead in the lower half of the 7th inning. Left-handed action in the Lebanon bullpen. That should be Eric Cha. Cordero tries to go down the right field line again, but it's into the bullpen and almost taking out, if that is in fact Cha warming up. 0-2. As Cha hasn't thrown in a while, Augie Silk came in for 3 batters last night in between starts. Silk, I think, is going to go game 1 on Tuesday. 0-2, Cordero lets it go. The fastball just missing outside. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Andretti, I don't think he held there. He did not. That's a strikeout. The first for Carroll, the 8th for Staten Island pitching. Clark has hit a 2-run homer, and he has struck out twice. His home run was impressive back in the 3rd inning. We are at 6-2 through 3, and here in the bottom of the 7th, it is 7-2. And this game has sped up incredibly after taking an hour and a half for the first 3 innings. We played nearly 4 innings in under an hour. To Clark, it is high, ball 1-0. Carroll got out of last inning with the 7-5-6 double play. Robinson was across before Hoover was tagged out at third. Ball 2 is inside, 2-0. It was somewhat surprising to see Jake go to third on that play, but it did not cost the Iron Masters a run because Robinson didn't lollygag home. Clark goes in that same direction. High fly ball right center, but this one's going to hang. And Cespedes is there to make the catch for the final out. Carroll puts together a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the 7th. We're through 7. And the score is still Iron Masters 7, Ferry Hawks 2.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The Iron Masters go to left-hander Eric Cha to work the 8th inning. Josh Graham pitched a perfect 7th, capping it off with the strikeout, the 3-pitch strikeout of Alfredo Reyes. And now the 6-foot, 2-inch lefty from the LA area. I believe it's LA. It might be northern Chino Hills, California is where he was born. And now 25 years of age, left-hander Eric Cha. Antoine Duplantis will lead it off against him. He'll be followed by Dilson Herrera and then Angel Aguilar. Cha, a guy who's been a bit of a mystery. He doesn't tend to get hit hard. He's 0-2 with a 5.14 ERA, but he can be a little bit wild. First pitch high and inside on Duplantis. It is 1-0. 7 innings. He's given up 6 hits, 7 runs, 4 earned. He's walked 9, struck out 7. He has hit 3 and thrown 2 wild pitches. Right there on the outer third of the plate, and Duplantis will bat at a ball and a strike. He has a loss against Staten Island in his debut. He was just way hyped up and walked a couple of batters, threw away a bunt. Another throw on a bunt was mishandled by Cordero at first. He now trails Duplantis at 2 balls and a strike. The wind, the next offering, and he finds the outer part of the plate. It's 2-2. Duplantis started us off tonight with a home run up onto the right field porch. His second in 2 nights here, his third since coming to Staten Island. Here's the 2-2 from Cha. He pulls it across his body. It's outside, ball 3, and a full count. De La Cruz went 6 tonight, gave up 4 hits and 2 runs. Three balls, 2 strikes. The payoff is outside and low, and we have a leadoff walk in the 8th inning. It's going to be interesting to see if Ross Peoples makes any roster moves in the upcoming games. Tyler Sullentrop will be coming back. Hopefully Devon Torrance is able to make his way back, but they're still technically on the active roster. Ross hasn't had to make moves. But Josh Graham's reactivation today put 27, the maximum, on the roster. So if Dominic DeSabatino or Tyler Laporte gets reactivated, then somebody will have to be taken off the roster. Here's a 1-0 pitch, across for a strike, and Dilson Herrera bats at 1-1. Duplantis on with nobody out here in the 8th inning. A lot of folks standing around down in the bullpen. Nobody throwing just yet. Here's a 1-1. That is way high and outside off the glove of Shaver. And on to second goes Duplantis. It'll be a wild pitch. And Shaver will go out and have a word with Cha with the plate umpire Marty Hasifus in tow. No timeout is charged. The Iron Masters have not used one at all tonight. De La Cruz got off to a little bit of a rough start, but after the third inning, he was tremendous. And overall, a quality start tonight and hoping to pick up his third win. 2-1 on Dilson Herrera, just a tad high. 3 balls and a strike to start off the 8th inning. Signals being given by Shaver. Cha back to work, and he is a little bit up top again, and that is the second walk in a row. Back-to-back, bases on balls, runners at first and second. Aguilar will come to the plate. Mark Johnson will pay a mound visit. The last 2 pitches, very close, but Hasenfuss did not give the call to Cha on either. They were virtually identical. And there are pitchers stretching out in the Lebanon bullpen. 7-2 the lead, but suddenly have got runners at first and second with nobody out in the 8th inning. We mentioned earlier that Gabriel Moya, who was the ace lefty setup man last year for the Barnstormers, is signed with the Genomes as everybody became a free agent. Moya, in theory, would be a perfect fit, but he just up and left last year. Well, that's a tough pill to swallow. But certainly somebody like Moya could put this team over the top. First and second, Aguilar the batter, and he takes a ball inside. It is 1-0. In Cha's defense, it's been a while since Ross has gotten him into a game. He has not thrown since a week ago tonight in the first game of the doubleheader at Long Island. He never got an out there, though. Strike taken on the inside corner. And to Aguilar, it's 1-1. The left-handed batting Cespedes waits on deck. And there is action fully going in the Lancaster pen. I believe it's Johnson. Here's a 1-1, hit off the hands, bounce to Mercedes. He'll get the out at second. Hoover back to first, and a quick double play on Aguilar. That will help Eric Cha's cause. 4-6-3 on the double play, and turned with quite a bit of panache. I love that word, panache, by Mercedes and Hoover. 2 outs with Duplantis over at third. And Cespedes will step in. 0 for 3 at the plate tonight is Cespedes. Couple of big outs here in the top of the 8th inning. The ball wasn't hit terribly hard either by Aguilar. Hit it off around the label of the bat. Out to Mercedes. Pitches outside on Cespedes for a ball. It's 1-0. Cha having a tendency here to miss outside to the left-handed batters. Upstairs now, and Cespedes bats at 2-0. There's another lefty, by the way, on deck, and Joseph Reyes, so Cha may very well stay out there. 7-2, Iron Masters leading here in the 8th. 2 outs, runner at third, and that's a strike on the outer edge on Cespedes. 2 balls and 1 strike. Boy, I love this guy in the field, and I like some of the things he can do at the plate as well. Here's a 2-1 pitch, nailed into the net, fortunately, and it's why it's there above the third base dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cha with a chance to pitch a scoreless inning. Here comes the 2-2, breaking ball, and this is chipped toward left center. Sprinting in is Dunston. He calls off. Clark makes the catch. He dropped it. He dropped it. He called off Ladarius Clark and then dropped the pop fly. and the inning continues with a run on the board. Dunston was there, it appeared. So E8 and a run on the board. The inning not over yet. Cespedes at second base, no RBI. We'll get the actual ruling on that play. I don't have it yet, so let's sort it all out because the scoreboard put both a hit and an error up. It's an error all the way. Swing and a miss by the big first baseman Reyes, 1 strike. So it's E8 the entire way, which is what I figured. There's an oops moment. Cespedes leads off second to Reyes. Good-looking breaking ball for a second strike. It's 0-2. I like the way that Cha is shrugging this off. And that's the kind of thing that's been happening with Eric on the hill. It's 7-3 here in the 8th inning. And another hook. This one stays inside. And it is ball 1 on Joseph Reyes. 2 outs. Runner in scoring position. 7-3 ball game. Playing the top of inning 8. The Iron Masters have not trailed since the bottom of the first inning when Dugan hit a home run to erase the early 1-0 lead. Ball 2 is high. It is now 2-2 on Reyes. Noriega, the right-handed batting catcher, waits on deck. Here is the 2-2. It is outside. And ball 3, and now you have to get a little bit concerned. If Reyes reaches, the tying run moves into the on-deck circle. 3-2. Here's the payoff. Got him, a swing and a miss. Third time Reyes is struck out tonight. Cha is able to get out of the inning. It's 1 run on no hits with an error, and the 1 runner left on base. So the defense comes up with a big double play, but then a dropped fly ball out in center allows Staten Island to score anyway. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Lebanon leads by the score of 7-3.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Victor Capian comes on for the bottom of the 8th inning. Capian, you may recall from the York Revolution over the past couple of years. Victor, a 6'2 right-hander, 32 years of age, from Monte Cristi in the Dominican Republic. Becoming somewhat of a fixture here in the Atlantic League. He is 4-2 with 5 saves and a 1.61 ERA. Alfonso wanting him to get some work here tonight. It will be Shaver, Robinson, and Lair stepping in for the Iron Masters against Capayan in this bottom of the 8th inning. 7-3. The Iron Masters in the lead, trying for the 27th win of this season. After tonight, 3 more games in the first half, and then the games will matter a lot, starting with the second game on Tuesday. To Shaver, it is inside and low. Ball 1, no strikes. Colton has walked, grounded out, and grounded into a double play. A lot of offense the first 3 innings, not much since. The game has really sped up here. 7-3 the contest. To Shaver, a strike. It is 1-1. Capayan has walked 10, struck out 22 in 22 1/3 innings. The Barnstormers have seen him twice before. He has a win. 3 innings without an earned run, just 1 hit. 1-1 to Colton Shaver. The pitch is low. 2 balls and a strike. Shaver has been more of an average hitter at home and more of a slugger on the road. I guess playing to the contours of the ballparks. At home, he's batting .309, but he has just 2 homers here. On the road, a .230 hitter, but with 8 long balls, including that incredible shot Thursday that he hit with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th inning. Capayan will go to work here. 2 balls and a strike to Shaver. He pulls a grounder foul. That will end up to the facing of the third base dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Colton, who has 3 walks in the current series. He is officially 0 for 5 here against Staten Island this week. And overall, just 4 out of 28 off of Ferry Hawks pitching. Two balls, 2 strikes. Robinson waits on deck. Capayan ready to go. He has the signal from Noriega. The pitch is strike 3 on the outside corner. That 3/4 delivery ran the ball across the front edge. 9 strikeouts for Staten Island pitching. Here is Robinson, who struck out twice and then tripled and scored back in the 6th with a ball drilled just fair inside the third base bag going the other way against Carroll. That was the only hit Carroll gave up in his 2 innings. 2 walks and a strikeout, and the run scored by Robinson. Lebanon's done very little since the homer by Clark in the 3rd, except for the Robinson triple. He'll take a pitch down low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Cordero had a single blue pit to start off the Lebanon 5th inning. But the offense has been fairly quiet since that long homer to right center by Clark. 7-3, Lebanon leads with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Capayan to Robinson. Trayvon, a swing and a miss. It is a ball and a strike. Capayan comes from that very tough angle. Hides the ball well. He is even with Robinson at 1 ball and 1 strike. Switch hitting outfielder Robinson. He's in right tonight. The pitch to the outer edge and a second strike. It is 1-2. Capayan in 2019 pitched 11 games for York, 1-0, and last year he was in 37, went 3-3. Here's a 1-2. Robinson swings and misses, and it's back-to-back strikeouts for Victor Capayan, and 10 total for Staten Island pitching. He'll bring on Lair, who has walked twice and popped to short. Prior to arriving in the Atlantic League, Capian had spent a substantial amount of time in the American Association. He was a closer at Winnipeg and saved 49 games between 18 and 19. Lair stands in with 2 outs, nobody on base. Lebanon leads by 4 to Lair, a strike to the outside corner. It's 0-1. Noriega, Betancourt, and Monhay scheduled in the top of the 9th, and it will not be a save opportunity. 0-1, the count to Lair. Capian comes back. There's a swing and a miss, and very quickly it's 0-2. It won't be an immaculate inning for Capian, but he's not far away. No balls, 2 strikes. The count on the third baseman, Lair. He has a run scored in the game, a stolen base. The 0-2, chopper back to the hill, easily handled by Capian, a soft toss underhanded. And a brilliant 1-2-3 inning for the right-handed reliever. Nothing across for the Iron Masters. We are through 8, and it's 7-3 in favor of Lebanon.
Expected to be treated. In the Atlantic League, we have 2 finals. Long Island beat York 7-4. Southern Maryland defeated High Point.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Barnstormers will ask Chase Johnson to close us out for the second consecutive night. He hit Brian Gonzalez last night, then got the side in order after that. It's his 27th appearance. He ties Tyler Sullentrop, who has not been with us this week, for the club lead. Sullentrop pitched all 3 days at Long Island last weekend, 3 of the 4 games, just once in the doubleheader. Now here is Noriega, the catcher, who is 0 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch tonight. 6'3" right-hander, ready to go. Chase fires, and second straight night, he hits a guy with his first pitch. Noriega gets plunked. That's the second hit tonight. Now, warnings were issued earlier. Johnson, it appears, will get to stay in the game, and Edgardo Alfonso is going to ask why. Warnings were issued when the Staten Island starter, Hector Guance Pena, threw over the head of Colton Shaver following a Clark home run. And we've had this come up before this year where warnings have been issued and an HBP does not result in an ejection. Alfonso wants to know why, and I certainly can understand his concern. Chase Johnson hitting the leadoff batter in the 9th inning, and that just does not get the Iron Masters off to a very good start here. Alfonso is becoming rather animated with Marty Hassenfuss. And Ross Peoples has had the same argument earlier this year with York in here when Anthony Peroni was hit by a pitch after warnings were issued. Nothing was done, and then Tyler Sullentrop later in the game hit a guy, and Sullentrop and Ross got tossed out. And this is why you've got to be very careful about issuing warnings. It is highly unlikely, with a 4-run lead to start off the 9th inning, that Johnson purposely hit Noriega. But warnings were issued, and it's my understanding is that it's supposed to be automatic. Alfonso is catching the jeers from the partisan crowd here in Lancaster, but you have to understand his point right now. Noriega, the runner on, second time he's been hit tonight. And Javier Betancourt will be the hitter. Alfonso not giving up the argument. He's now carrying it on with Bill Reuter, the third base umpire, who also is the crew chief here. And Alfonso gives it to him before heading back into the dugout. Meanwhile, Johnson taking a warm-up pitch or two, and they haven't been terribly accurate. So a door opens for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks with the runner at first base and nobody out here in the 9th inning. The second batter hit by an Iron Masters pitch tonight. And the club now has hit 59 in 63 games. That is incredible, but it was the same last year also. Infield sets up, double play depth. Betancourt stands in at 0 for 3. Johnson zeroes in and fires a strike. It is 0-1. Much to the delight of the 3420 here on Prince Street. We'll have to get back to the 6,000 crowds on these Saturday nights with the fireworks. Noriega not out to much of a lead. His club trailing by 4. That's lined out to right and a base hit. Now the tying run moves into the on-deck circle for Staten Island. Betancourt with a single to right. Monhay will come to the plate with runners at first and second and nobody out. He is 2 out of 3. Well, the Barnstormer, or Iron Masters, making some mistakes in the late innings. Drop fly ball in center leads to a run. You think harmless until you get into a situation like this. Now the hit batter opens the way. It's followed by a base hit. Monhay stands in. Johnson deals, and that's taken to right field, but in place is Robinson for the catch and out number 1. 2 outs left to pick up. The shortstop Alfredo Reyes is scheduled 0 for 3 for Reyes in the ball game tonight. The tying run still in the on-deck circle for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Love the look of Jake Hoover out at shortstop. The whole front of his uniform is covered in infield dirt. Line foul straight back off a Johnson fastball. Reyes batting at no balls and a strike.
They're not just serving great food, they're serving happiness.
Noriega, the runner at second. Betancourt is aboard at first base. 1 strike to Alfredo Reyes. Johnson is high and inside with an off-speed pitch. We go to 1-1. You've got to get Reyes. On deck is Antoine Duplantis, who has already hit 2 home runs in this series. Lebanon with a right-hander warming up in a hurry down in the bullpen. Reyes bats at a ball and a strike. Johnson kicks, brings it home, and misses for ball 2. The breaking ball is offline. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runners lead again from first and second. Here comes Johnson's 2-1 pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Mercedes can't get to it. It's a base hit. The runner rounding third. The throw from Robinson halfway up the third baseline, and that will enable the other men to move to second and third. RBI single for Alfredo Reyes, a chopper into right field. That brings in Noriega. Betancourt to third, and Reyes to second on what I believe may very well be a throwing error charged to Robinson. That has not been posted as of yet, but it's now 7-4, and Duplantis steps in as the potential tying run. The lead has been whittled back to 3. Well, some mistakes multiplying here. Duplantis started off the night with a home run. Johnson to the plate, and he is high for a ball. It's 1-0. And there is all kinds of danger here in the 9th inning. The error has been charged to Robinson. 2 outs left to get. Tying run at the plate. Johnson to Duplantis. Ground ball, second base. It'll be handled by Mercedes. He'll get the out as a run scores. 7-5 now in the 9th inning. Give Duplantis an RBI as Betancourt carries the second run of the inning home. And Dilson Herrera will come to the plate as the final hope for Staten Island, but he is the tying run. Herrera is 1 for 3 tonight, and that was an experimental rule hit back in the first inning. Defense playing back. The pitch to Herrera is high for a ball. Aguilar is on deck. And he would be the go-ahead run here in the 9th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. And to Herrera, fastball at the knees for a called strike. It is 1-1. Reyes over at third with 2 outs in the inning. Johnson battles Herrera, all the focus on the hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike, motion pitch, strike 2. The fastball on the outer edge. Chase Johnson needs 1 more strike to finish it off tonight. There is additional activity in the Lebanon pen. 1-2, Johnson asks for Shaver to go through the signals once more. Johnson will work out of the full wind. Here's the 1-2, breaking ball is high. It is 2-2. Chase just does not seem to have a very good feel for his secondary pitch tonight. He may have to come back with another fastball here. 2-2 on Herrera. Johnson ready. Here's the kick, the pitch. Line drive and a base hit to right field to make it 7-6. An RBI hit for Herrera. And now the go-ahead run comes to the plate. The tying run already at first. And Ross Peoples is going to go to his bullpen. Chase Johnson 1 strike away from finishing it off. But Herrera takes him into right, as everybody has. Here in this 9th inning, all 5 batters have gone to the right side, including the 4 right-handed hitters against Johnson. So there will be another change in what is now a 1-run game with the best hitter in this Staten Island lineup, Angel Aguilar due. It's back to the bullpen, and we'll have it for you in a second. Lebanon now up 7-6.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Right-hander West Tunnel now asked to pick up the final out here tonight. It is 7-6. Lebanon leading in the top of the ninth. The tying run carried by Dilson Herrera over at first. Angel Aguilar will come to the plate. The Barnstormers have contained him tonight. He is 0 for 3 with a walk, but he has 10 homers on the season, 4 at the expense of Lancaster pitching. Chase Johnson giving up 3 singles, all right-handed batters going into right field, and that following hitting Noriega with his first pitch. Runner at first, 2 outs. Tunnel will go to work on Aguilar, and it's high and inside, ball 1. It's like a recurring nightmare, but it goes back to not being able to have Graham and Schumann slotted in the 8th and 9th. Not quite yet. Popped up right side. Cordero will come over, but only for a look. That ball is back in the seats. So it is 1-1 on Aguilar. You also have to keep an eye on Herrera, who's 4 for 4, stealing bases in a relatively short time with the Ferry Hawks. 1 ball, 1 strike on Aguilar. He started the night batting .319. He has 28 extra base hits. And an extra base hit now would likely tie the game. The Iron Masters have gone into the no doubles defense. They're guarding the lines, the outfielders playing deep. Here is the offering, and it's over the head of the right-handed batting Aguilar. Make it 2 balls and a strike. On deck is Cespedes. 7-3 coming into the top of the ninth. That's after the drop fly ball last inning. And 3 runs have scored. The final out is not coming, at least not coming easily to Aguilar. Here's the 2-1, and it's slammed to left center field. Back on this goes Dunston to the wall, and he makes the catch up against the fence out in center to end the ball game tonight. Sean Dunston Jr., who created an issue dropping a fly ball last inning, comes up with a great play against the vinyl in center to end us here tonight. What a finish of a ball game that by and large had been relatively dull. In the 9th inning, 3 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error, and the tying run left on base. We'll have a recap of tonight's contest in just a moment. The final, the Lebanon Iron Masters 7 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 6.
Where dedication is a tradition, a helping hand in a time of need.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer & Lum Funeral Home. Why should you pre-plan your funeral? Pre-planning relieves your family from future financial responsibility and eliminates overspending. It also lets your wishes be known, allowing you the chance to personalize your funeral, making it a celebration of your life. Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today.
A highly eventful finish to a ball game that dragged through the first few innings. The Lebanon Ironmasters hold off a late charge by the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, 7-6 the final. Lebanon 7 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, 4 left, and Staten Island 6 runs on 7 hits with no errors and 6 runners left on base. The win goes to Oscar De La Cruz, who put together his third quality start of the year. He's 3-1. The loss to Hector Guance Pena, who drops to 1-2 for Staten Island. Give West Tunnel a save, but he should probably hand the honors to his center fielder, Sean Dunston Jr. It was Tunnel's second save of the season for the Barnstormers. Dunston with a game-saving catch out against the fence in straightaway center field. Home runs tonight for Staten Island in the first inning. It was Antoine Duplantis leading off with the home run, his third, his second of the series. And then the Ironmasters, Kelly Dugan hit his second of the series. That was a 2-run shot in the first inning, his 23rd of the season, which puts him back in a tie with Courtney Hawkins for the league lead. Ladarius Clark chimed in with a 2-run homer in the third, his 13th of the season. 3 hours, 6 minutes, the time of the game, 34-20. The crowd tonight at Clipper Magazine Stadium enjoying Atlantic League baseball here, and heart-stopping moments following a 45-minute rain delay. Duplantis led off the game with the home run for Staten Island, and then Sean Dunston Jr. singled, stole second and third, and came home on Dugan's home run off the Tenson right to make it 2-1 Ironmasters. Joseph Monhay singled in Andres Noriego with a run in the top of the second to tie the game at 2. The bottom of the second inning was keyed by Jake Hoover's double to right. He drove in Colton Shaver from second base with that double and sent Trace Lair to third. Lair would score on the first of 2 sacrifice flies by Melvin Mercedes in the game, and it was 4-2 Lebanon. Clark's homer in the third inning made it 6-2, and the Ironmasters went up 7-2 on the second sac fly by Mercedes. Both times those came with the bases loaded. We went to the top of the 8th, and the Ironmasters appeared to be in control of the game. Josh Graham made his first appearance in better than 3 weeks. He threw a 1-2-3 inning in the 7th. The 8th started off in a troubling manner as Eric Cha threw a couple of walks around a wild pitch. Runners at first and second with nobody out, but it looked like the Ironmasters would nail it down as Aguilar grounded into a nicely turned 4-6-3 double play. 2 outs with the runner at third, and Cespedes came up, lifted a fly ball to shallow left center. That was dropped by Sean Dunston Jr., allowing a run to score, but still, it seemed relatively harmless. The game was still 7-3, and Cha was able to strike out Joseph Reyes to end the inning. Then in the 9th, the Ferry Hawks got to Chase Johnson. They kept sending the ball to right field. following the hit by pitch on the very first offering from Johnson in the inning. He plunked Noriega, then Betancourt singled into right. Monje flied out to right field, but Reyes, the shortstop Reyes, Alfredo Reyes, grounded a single through the hole on the right side. That made it 7-4. Had runners at first and second with one out. And then the runners went to second and third as Robinson made a wild throw back toward the plate. So with the tying run at the plate, Antoine Duplantis grounded out to Mercedes. That made it 7-5 and brought the Iron Masters within one out of the win. Dilson Herrera was down a couple of strikes, but he also took Johnson to right field. An RBI base hit to make it 7-6. Wes Tunnell came into the game, and he went to 2 balls and a strike on Aguilar, who has the most power on the Staten Island team, and he hit a ball to dead center field. Dunston racing back to make the catch against the outfield fence, closing us out tonight. The Iron Masters winning 7-6, the 6th one-run win of the season for this ball club, but most of them have been like this, with Lancaster, or in the case tonight, Lebanon, holding on at the very end for that one-run win, allowing the opposition back into the game. Definitely a scare in the latter innings tonight, but in the long run, a win, and the Iron Masters are up 2-0 in this series. Taking a look at the out-of-town scores from around the Atlantic League. They're in the bottom half of the ninth in Lexington. Gastonia with a 10-6 lead over the Legends. Wild Health has fought back to tie Charleston. It's 5 apiece in the bottom half of the ninth at Appalachian Power Park. Southern Maryland has defeated High Point 6-3 behind Eddie Butler. Matt Latos with his 18th save. And Long Island bumps off York by a final of 7-4. On the Major League slate, we've had a couple of doubleheaders today in the American League. Tampa Bay sweeping Toronto 6-2, 11-5. The Yankees bump off the Guardians twice, 13-4, 6-1. Minnesota one better than the Orioles on a walk-off win, 4-3. St. Louis outlasted the Phils 7-6. White Sox beat San Francisco 5-3. Miami 5-3 over Washington. Pittsburgh upended Milwaukee 7-4. Houston slammed the Angels 9-1. The Tigers at the end defeated Kansas City 4-3. Seattle 2-1 over Oakland. Texas dumped the Mets 7-3. Atlanta has picked up a 4-1 win over Cincinnati. And the Cubs are done at home. They shut down the Boston Red Sox by the score of 3-1. They're in the top of the ninth inning at Dodger Stadium. LA up 7-2 over San Diego. And the same score, Colorado over Arizona in the top half of the sixth inning out in the Rockies. We'll wrap up this series against the Staten Island Ferry Hawks tomorrow at 1 o'clock. On the hill for the Lebanon Iron Masters will be Niall Ball, coming off a great performance against Lexington back on Tuesday. David Martinez will be activated by Staten Island tomorrow for the start. 1 o'clock again, the game time. Join us at 12:55 on our network comprised of Go Barnstormers Baseball on YouTube. You can go to the Barnstormers homepage for the link, or on Froggy Valley 100.1 WFBY in Lebanon. And we certainly invite anyone from the Staten Island side to tune in tomorrow as well, as Johnny Wincott has been away from the ball club here this weekend. 7-6, the Iron Masters win tonight. Join us again tomorrow. Until then, for my assistant Toby Prime, for our video producer Ryan Cortazzo, and all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.